Well, this is Grotto Orloff coming to you from 7th floor of the Grotto Orloff International Building of Trade. It's October the 22nd, 2021, the year of our Lord. I want you sons of bitches to stay tuned for episode 471. It's going to be a big 300th anniversary, 300 subscriber celebration party tonight here, Friday night. It's our tricentennial. So, you sons of bitches, make sure you stay tuned. Grotto Orloff, Colonel Grotto Orloff, that's me. We gotta go get some grub at the restaurant, and my friend Gerald's coming over. So, the show will start after we have a few brief cartoons and movie trailers. Then, when I pop back on, we'll start the show formally. Gotta send a notification to Captain Strangelife and Eric Breen on his Twitter, so we can all reconnoiter here at 1500 hours. So I'll put on something to entertain you, wonderful sons of bitches. Let's see what we can find here. Let's see, man. All right, sharing screen. Share screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Okay. All right. Let's see how this looks. No, that's not what I want, motherfucker. Okay, come on. Does this look right yet? No. There we go. Oh, I'm still in the corner, huh? Let's get rid of me. I'll be back in about 61 minutes. So, you wonderful sons of bitches, stay tuned to the Grotto Orloff show. Fun will start soon.
Something was about to happen that would send shockwaves around the world.
God damn it, motherfucker. Yeah, shit. Son of a bitch. What just happened? What's wrong with the Wi-Fi, you motherfucking shit? What up? Shitting.
They came from another world.
Shit. What is wrong?
To destroy the Earth. It was the giant spider invasion.
Still measuring shock from ground. At a magnitude never before measured on Earth except in nuclear explosion.
Well, doctor, it could be an abortive strike from an unfriendly power.
Oh, come on.
You don't think a
missile landed here.
I told you something landed here last night. It's full of
I'm very concerned. Well, frankly speaking, doctor, so is the United States government.
All right, you sons of bitches, make sure you stay tuned. As soon as Gratu Orloff gets some food, we'll be back. Lots of fun, music, and we'll get special guests. Maybe you. The link's already in the chat, but don't come in yet till you see me come back. All right. Excelsior.
Unit. I'm down here all by myself. They're hell-bent on destroying that beast. The crowd's beginning to take over. Well, call the National Guard back. Tell them we need some heavy equipment, guns, tanks, anything. They came by the hundreds, by the thousands, killing and crippling, creeping, crawling creatures determined to destroy the Earth. Could anything stop them? Could anything stop the giant spider invasion? There has never been a film like this before.
Merry Christmas from the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network. All of you motherfuckers need to stay tuned for our big 300th subscriber anniversary show. All right, you sons of bitches, you magnificent bastards. I'll be back soon.
I've been having dreams about Arrakis and the Fremen. I saw you lying dead, fallen in battle.
Listen, dreams make good stories. But everything important happens when we're awake.
Yeah, right.
Dune.
Shut up,
PG-13
Aquaman.
in theaters and on HBO Max.
Fuck you. Commercials, gotta skip them all. HBO Max, indeed.
I am Dracula.
A moment ago, I stumbled upon a most amazing phenomenon. Something so incredible, I mistrust my own judgment. Look.
Dracula. The very mention of the name brings to mind things so evil, so fantastic, so degrading. You wonder if it isn't all a dream, a nightmare.
Rats. Thousands. Millions of them.
But no, this is no dream. This is Dracula, the original terrifying story of a maniac and a man who lived after death, lived on human blood, took the form of a vampire bat, and lured innocent girls to a fate truly worse than death.
Dracula? What's he done to you, dearie? Tell me.
He came to me. He opened and extended his arms, and he made me drink.
Free to speak without fear, free to worship my own God, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who govern my country, heritage of freedom. I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind.
You could call this picture flag waving, sort of. But there are times to wave the flag, and this seems to be one of them. Because there's quite a lot of talk going on right now about what this flag stands for. A way of life we'd sort of like to hang on to. Homes we'd sort of like to hang on to. And kids we'd sort of like to hang on to. There's a lot of talk about our future in an upset world. A world that's hurling new problems at us at a hectic rate. New worries on the half hour. New crises on the quarter hour. New panics every 15 seconds. A lot of problems. Some of them tough ones. But there's also a lot of noise that's being caused by just plain old-fashioned griping, calamity howling.
You mark my words now, we're in pretty dreadful shape. Why, just take a look around. If you ask me, we're riding for a fall. It's in the cards. Our whole system is just a hollow shell. And the first good blast of wind that comes along is going to blow it all away.
Many civilizations have fallen down. The world is dotted with remnants of forgotten nations that weren't strong enough to stand up against the storms. These civilizations all collapsed because they were founded on a faulty idea. The idea that the individual man had nothing to live for. No stake in his government, no dignity, no hope. So these civilizations fail. That's why the planners of our nation took great pains to make certain this would never happen to us. This they did in the city of Philadelphia on July the 4th in the year 1776. They drew up a blueprint that startled the world. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Of course, there were some guys even then who...
You mark my words, now we're sticking our necks out. We may even have to fight.
We realized that, and we did have to fight. We fought for 6 years before we made our point to the world that we, the American people, were going to run our own country. With only one boss, the voice of the majority, the voice of the people, according to our second great blueprint, our Constitution. And to make doubly sure that our freedoms would never slip away, we added certain amendments and called them our Bill of Rights. To every one of us, these rights were guaranteed. The right to open our mouths and speak whatever thoughts we pleased. The right to print in big, bold type whatever thoughts we pleased. The right to assemble as free men in any public place we pleased. The right to say, this house is mine. The right to say, these courts are mine, and in them I'll get a square deal. The right to say, this church is mine. I'll worship my God as I please. These were the blueprints we chose to build by. And this was the kind of country in which we started to build. Not very easy going. And of course, always this guy.
Now you mark my words, we're in a lot of trouble. Everything is going wrong, the whole thing will never work. I know it'll never work.
But while he griped for 162 years, we built for 162 years. For the first time in the history of the world, free men starting from scratch were building the kind of nation they wanted. And as they worked, the whole world watched them. And more men from other countries that were not so free, came here, joined in, and added their strength to the common task. Not because they liked the climate, not because the job was a cinch, but because the job seemed to make common human sense. And they and their families wanted to be part of it. Part of the team that was turning things like this into things like this. Things like this into things like this. Things like this into things like this. We kept on building, changing the face of a continent. And whenever the rights of these free people have been threatened, good men have always managed to take care of such problems. Good men have always paid with blood and flesh for our American heritage. It's still ours today. All of the 3,022,387 square miles of it. Still ours to come and go in as we please. With 3,247,000 miles of road for us to travel in any direction, wherever we choose. With some sights to see that can't be seen in any other country. The sight of 142 million American men, women, and children, better clothed, better fed, in better health, and facing the future with more security, more hope, than any other 142 million people on Earth. With more than 48 million individuals with power to register their opinions as to how their nation should be run. With more than 2,244 platforms to get up on and sound off on. With 18,370 American publications. All sides of every question, pro and con, are still being printed in big, bold type. With 6,500 public libraries, all dedicated to the American idea that free brains inside of free heads can tackle and conquer any problem. 256 religious creeds, all standing side by side according to the blueprints. With 166,068 American schools. Schools that are managing to tell more truth, bring more enlightenment to more free kids than any other system of schools that has ever existed on the face of this earth. And none of the pupils doing the goose step. If we can't make the grade here, no people ever can. Yes, you could call this a flag-waving picture, sort of. But we've got something to wave a flag about. We still have the way of life. And the homes, and the kids, and the blueprints the planners drew for us back there in the past. But working from those blueprints is still a full-time job for every one of us Americans today. Job of citizenship, the responsibility of participation, the obligation of active partnership in the living democracy. For without these things, the blueprints of our civilization vanish in the wind. With them, we build a house of freedom for all humanity. This is our freedom pledge.
I am an American, a free American, free oppose what I believe wrong. Free to choose those who govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all mankind.
The finest groceries, meats, and produce are assured you at Heights Grocery, the store large enough to serve your needs, yet small enough to know you. Open till midnight weekdays and on Sunday, featuring a full line of fishing supplies. Shop after the show. Bowl or skate, either is great. Bowl at Linwood Bowling Lanes. Free classes for beginners and nursery facilities. Sign up now for fall leagues. Skate at Rollaway Skating Rink. Private parties Monday and Tuesday. Public sessions Wednesday through Sunday, plus children's matinees. That's Linwood Lanes and Rollaway Rink.
invited to join the banshees, the werewolves, the vampires, the gooks, who are all coming to our Halloween convention of spooks. You'll enjoy this lively group if your blood doesn't end up in the soup. Practice your screams. Break out your shrouds. Tighten your nerves. And join the crowds at our convention of spooks.
Shows combined. Super Shocker #1, Dr. Macabre's Frightmare of Movie Monsters. Imagine seeing almost all the screen's scariest monsters alive, in person. Hunchback of Notre Dame, Teenage Frankenstein, Daughter of Dracula, The Fly, a man's body, a fly's head, Rodan, the flying monster, the colossal beast, and more, many more, never here before. Plus, Super Shocker #2, Spooks A-Poppin', a thrilling new idea in spook shows. We double dare you to see this double header of super monstrous, superhuman, super shockers in person on the stage. reality knock? And you weren't home? Your girl run off with another guy? Your tires all flat. And your engine blown up? Don't be discouraged. You haven't seen anything yet until you attend our Friday the 13th Jinx show. This could be the end of everything, because if the Jinx doesn't get you, our show will scare you to death. Live monsters may roam among you. Anything can happen and probably will. So if you think things can't get any worse, take a chance and come to our Friday the 13th Jinx show. See lobby poster for time and date. A new high in blood-curdling horror. 4 blood-chilling shockers on one gigantic screen program. Mind Snapper number 1. Bloodbath. Shrieking, mutilated victims caged in a black pit of horror. Bone Freezer number 2. Queen of blood. Hideous beyond belief with an inhuman craving. Heartstopper number 3. Blood of Dracula. In her eyes, desire. In her veins, the blood of a monster. Pulse Pounder number 4. Bucket of blood. Your laughs will turn to shriek. 4 fiendish, frenzied, fanatical, blood-draining killers on one gigantic screen program. Bloodorama. The movies that will give you nightmares forever. Bloodorama. Houston and the original Houston's Hallucinations, starring the girls with Hex Appeal, Joyce Harris, Kathy Bard, Cherry Winters, Cindy Curtis. Girls, girls, and more girls, dressed in the most daring designs Paris has to offer. And if you want mystery, witness the unbelievable Flight to Outer Space. See a girl without a middle, and the weird and unusual Burning of a She-Devil. See all this and more in Houston's Hallucinations, coming on this stage soon. Extra, extra, the first time on any American stage, see the talked-about girl in the topless swimsuit. It's sexational. horror show. Dr. Satan and his Shrieks in the Night. If you think you've seen horror shows before, we warn you, this new kind of show is completely unlike anything you have ever seen. The action takes place in the audience. You'll be surrounded by the most hideous horde of horror creatures ever to walk on the earth. You'll see, back from their graves, fiendish vampires who drink human blood, living corpses, werewolves, ghost women, 1001 nightmarish creatures. Girls, do you have the nerve to meet the Invisible Man? He puts his arms around you. You can't see him, but you feel his presence. What a new thrill. Dr. Satan hypnotizes everyone in the audience, including you. You'll see the slave maidens at the mercy of hideous beasts, human sacrifices, death on the slab. So scary, your blood will run cold. Dr. Satan has appeared in person with and startled George Gobel, Donald O'Connor, Orson Welles, Jack Bailey, Art Baker, and many others. Ed Johnson of the New York News wrote, "At long last, I have seen a horror show even scarier than advertised. A horror show strictly in a class by itself. If it's thrills you want, thrills you'll get when you see Dr. Satan's Shrieks in the Night. It's brand new. It's brand new. Positively has never been shown at this theater before. Don't miss Dr. Satan's Shrieks in the Night. Plus, a great...
In person, on stage, first time here, 3 all-new Super Shock shows. Stage show number 1, From Beyond the Grave. It's Dr. Evil and his Terrors of the Unknown. Unlike anything you have ever seen before, the theater is turned into a graveyard. Your seats become coffins. Weird creatures sit next to you and put their cold, clammy hands around your throat and whisper things in your ears. Live snakes roam up and down the aisles. Inhuman monsters run loose in the audience and cut off the heads of beautiful girls. It's weird and unbelievable. Plus, stage show number 2. See in person The Mummy and King Kong. Famous Hollywood gorilla. Real and alive. We can't advertise what the Mummy does when he grabs beautiful slave girls and the lights go out. But wow, something you never dreamt you'd see anywhere. Warning, girls should not come alone. You will have nightmares for a week. However, the theater management will stop the show anytime it becomes too scary. All on stage in person. Plus, a horrific screen program.
Monsters do have their place. In the zoo, in your nightmares, in the deep, in your favorite horror movies. But not in your living room, on your TV. Don't let pay TV be the monster in your living room. Pay TV and cable TV companies are seeking the right to charge you for the very programs you now get free. If you want to stop pay TV and save free television, sign the petition in the lobby of this theater. Let your lawmakers know how you...
Have you ever walked through a graveyard late at night and seen a coffin open?
Have you ever thought what it would be like to see a person's head amputated?
Think of things so horrible that the human mind cannot imagine them.
See all this and more when you see on stage, in person,
that crazy mixed up Dr. Evil and his heirs of the unknown.
Unlike anything that you ever seen or heard of in the past.
Hideous creatures from beyond the grave leave the stage and grab girls right out of their seats.
Girls, do not come alone. Bring your boyfriend to protect you when the lights go out.
You may find a live snake or rat under your seat.
A real dead body is given away to some lucky person at every performance.
Also, in person.
The Mummy and King Kong, famous Hollywood gorilla, real and alive.
Plus, on the screen, 2 horrific motion pictures.
Dr. Evil and his Terrors of the Unknown.
Plus, 2 horrific pictures.
Ah, Halloween! Time for trick-or-treating. My delicious chocolate cereal, Count Chocula.
Halloween is the perfect time to scare up a nutritious breakfast with my delicious strawberry-flavored Frankenberry.
My Count Chocula is a cereal with goblin good chocolate-flavored marshmallows.
My Frankenberry is the cereal with monstrously delicious strawberry-flavored marshmallows.
Here we come! Trick-or-treat!
Very cereal is making your way out of the monster for breakfast today.
Wanna hang the Frankie?
Thanks. And pull out some wonderful Frankenberry cereal with oodles and oodles of strawberry-flavored marshmallows. Frankenberry is part of this good nutritious breakfast. Here comes our Chocula. Wish you could stay out of the monster for breakfast today.
Midnight. Time for a complete breakfast with my Count Chocula.
You can count. It's time for my strawberry-flavored Frankenberry.
Go, go. Go, go. Star Wars stickers! They're here! Wow! I've got the spaceship!
A collection of Star Wars stickers. One in specially marked boxes of these monster cereals.
Star Wars stickers!
Hail to the Emperor Napoleon. Hail, sir. Hail to the chief of the army. Whose banner stands unfurled.
elephants and folians. Hail, hail, hail!
Attention!
Goodbye, Josephine, I am leaving. Goodbye, Josephine, I'm a pro. Goodbye, Josephine, don't be grieving. Gonna go goodbye, Josephine. Goodbye, my yes, the word of only God. Goodbye, my love. Goodbye. I'll be brave, I'll be bold. But don't
Ready! Attention! Forward! March! Viva la France! Viva Napoleon! We're in the army now. Bring up the artillery! Drop
5. Oh! We're the three white diplomats, undisputed and protest. We represent the powers of the world. Peace again we will restore, even if we must have war. We are the hell against the stars. Extra pistols, guns and knives, hand grenades and 45. This is the house of brotherly love. A slice for you, and a slice for you, and share the slice among you two. For we are a happy family. Gentlemen, please, all this fighting must cease. This is my gun to bring the world peace. A gun to bring world peace? A gun to make war cease? Gad, you silly crazy cat, you think that we're all peace? You think that we're all peace? I'll demonstrate to you real soon, and then you'll sing a different tune. On everything we all agree. Right in there, on the A-B-E-E-S-I-O-E. Gentlemen, we are the religious equally blind to make simplicity. A victorious authority. Very, very, very. Oh, we are a happy family. We're all happy, all in you and me. That's all we got to never see. A happy, happy family.
Not this wild hilarity. I see that you're neglecting me. There is no friend. I'll bring this party to an end.
We are a happy family. We all hunky-dory, you can see.
We are a happy family. On everything we all agree. Like lovey-dove singing melody.
We are a happy family. We're all hunky-dory, you can see. Like lovey-dove singing melody. We're all like a happy family.
Do your stuff, Mr. Left.
Where did you all come from? Oh, I got down. Where you going? Oh, I just taking this old bus to the Blue Woods. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Get going. Yeah, put that gun away and fight like a man.
My hero.
You wait. I'll get you yet. And we'll get the girl again and make her tell where the money is. I guess you won't tell where it is. Yeah. On the lever. I'll do that. That's 12 o'clock. I said, well, hurry, hurry. You got this killing pile in the road, Jack.
Do you have money jitters? Ask the obliging Bank of America for a jar of soothing instant money, M-O-N-E-Y, in the form of a convenient personal loan. Available now at Bank of America.
لازمته ايه ضرب الكلاكس؟ وفي حد ماشي قدامك؟ يا سيدنا دي اشاره مش بني ادم. أو. شفت الكلاكس عمل ايه؟ مش واقف ساكت، اطلع يا حلو، سلام عليكم. اما صحيح مفيش مخ. You're gonna be late. You're gonna be late. You're gonna be cuckoo. You're gonna be cuckoo. You're gonna be late. You're gonna be late. Yeah. Where can he be? Where can he be? Right. Yeah. Heck. Gee whiz. Oh, what's the matter? Oh, we gotta hurry. Oh, operator, hurry. Yes? Hurry, doctor. I think Lizzie's dying. Hey, Pat! Fire!
Why is that bozo anyway? What's the matter with him?
I don't blame you, kid.
Hey, Chris.
There, Doc.
Open your mouth.
Hello, Zoe. Hey, my car, my car. What your car needed? That stuff. I gotta get my car.
Oh, where can he be? Where can he be? Oh, where can he be? Where can he be?
What you say, dear? No, not even if he was a chicken. I didn't know her. Yeah, yes, lady. But it's hard in the throat. When what was the soul of policeman? Thank you. Won't you come home with me and have dinner?
No thanks. I've just had a bite.
There's Mother now.
I bet she's the main squeeze around here. Allow me, madame.
We don't want butter. We want milk.
Oh, stop. You're tickling me.
Good night. We must all go to bed at 10. Sharp. play that saxophone again tonight. You know my daughter walks in her sleep to any place where there's music.
Well, dust me off. She's attracted by music.
I'm happy, I'm gay as can be. I'm dancing, romancing, my sweetie loves me. I'm sorry, I'm joy, I'm plenty, I'm moaning, I'm groaning, I'm groaning. It's winter, what's more? It's snowing, oh boy, am I so. hotshot melody. It's such a hypnotizing, melodizing trail. Play the hotshot melody. Hotshot, hot, 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 hot. When the band starts playing, I can't make my feet behave. My shoulders start swinging and I jump right up there. Oh, play that hot melody. Hot, 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 hot. It's to send you up. It's to love. It's not it. The old maestro and all the man playing the hotshot melody. Yowza, yowza, I hope you'll like it. Oh, play that hotshot melody. It's such a hypnotizing, tantalizing strain to love me. Play that hotshot melody. Cha 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 cha. Will somebody please stop me? Hotshot melody. It's such a hypnotizing, tantalizing. That hotshot melody.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, my melody. You stole my melody. You stole my melody. You stole my melody.
All aboard this train stops at Matica, Bartow, Peterborough, Milford, Fetcher, Bayshore, and Kokomo, and Brookwood, Stillfield, Sayville, and Hockey Dock, Gift, and Squid. All aboard.
Chicago, Chicago, I'll show you around. I love it, let's go down to Chicago, Chicago, the town that days, I leave it out shut down. On Main Street, that the fools say they do things they don't do on Broadway. Say, I am I walk in the next to Chicago, Chicago, my
Chicago perfect. And we hope to all have very, very good time. Thank you.
Chicago, Chicago, I'll show you around. I love it, think about how you used to build Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy so you cannot check down. On Main Street, that Gary, I just the same, they do things they don't they want to play. Say,
America is many things to many people. To a 17-year-old kid, it's the malt shop on the corner. To Grandpa, it's the front porch in the cool of the evening. To Mother and her family, it's church on Sunday morning. And to Dad, it's his favorite relaxation. It's the Cracker Barrel philosophers in Crabtree Corners. And it's the taboons in Wall Street. It's all races, creeds, and religions. It's freedom to work at the job you like. Freedom of speech and to peaceably assemble. Freedom to own property. Security from unlawful search or seizure.
Where's your warrant, flatfoot?
The right to a speedy and public trial. Protection against cruel punishments and excessive fines. The right to vote. And to worship God in your own way. It is these freedoms that have made America strong.
Okay, so we got our freedom. But management's lousing up everything.
Labor is at fault. It's ruining the country.
My constituents, as your elected representative, I can assure you Labor's right, management's right. I'm strictly neutral.
Labor, management, politicians, fooey. They can't tell corn from oats.
Right.
Hurry, step right up, folks. Here's the answer to your problems. Dr. Utopia's sensational new discovery, ism. Ism will cure any ailment of the body politic. It's horrific. It's tremendous. Once you swallow the contents of this bottle, you'll have the bountiful benefit of higher wages, shorter hours, and security. Enormous profits, no strikes. Remember, you're the big boss. Government control, no worry about votes. Name your own salary. Bigger crops, lower costs. Why, ism even makes the weather perfect every day. And now then, because we are introducing this amazing item for the first time in this country, it isn't going to cost you 1 cent. All you have to do is sign this little scrap of paper, and you'll get your bottle absolutely free.
I hereby turn over to ISM Incorporated everything I have, including my freedom and the freedom of my children and my children's children, in return for which said ISM promises to take care of me forever.
Pardon me. And who are you, my good man?
I'm John Q. Public.
Ah, my fine friend, you're just in time to share this generous and gigantic offer. Sign right here.
Mind if I read it first?
Hurry up!
Keep your shirts on, boys.
Freedom. Freedom? Well, sign away my freedom. Why, this is ridiculous.
Don't be corny, brother.
Sure, our system of free enterprise isn't perfect. But before we throw it away for some imported double talk, let's turn the clock back a few years to see what it's done for us. For example, back in the 1890s, Joe Dopes was just a guy who liked to tinker around his barn. Some people thought Joe was lazy. Some even thought he was nuts. But one day, he had an idea. And because he was free to dream, and tinker, Joe had a chance to make something of himself and his idea. So, of course, some people didn't think so much of Joe's idea. But that didn't stop him. So Joe got some money from young Aunt Minnie, and Uncle Angus, and Grandpappy, and Mr. Titus. When Joe's friends and relatives used their savings to help him buy tools and property, they were capitalists. Don't blush, folks. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Now, naturally, Joe needed some help. So he hired Willie Lumpkin, who was out of work anyway, and before long, Willie had the know-how and became skilled labor. Because capital, management, and labor worked together, Joe's idea grew. It grew and did things even he never dreamed of. Today, the automobile industry provides millions of jobs that never existed before. And remember, this is a story of only one industry. There are thousands more scattered all over the United States whose history of development is pretty much the same. We've built a country under the American system that sends more young people to high school and college than all the rest of the world combined. Why, even in the Depression, our wages bought more food, clothing, travel, and entertainment than the wages of any other people in the world. Our country has a national income equal to the total national incomes of any other sixth nation in the world. With only 7% of the Earth's, we drive 70% of the world's automobiles. That's just a sample of the things the capitalistic system has given us in only 160 years. Before signing up, you boys ought to try a little taste of Dr. Ism's formula to see what you'd get in exchange for your freedom. Go ahead, try it.
You can't do this to me! I'll strike!
The state forbids strikes.
Wait till the union hears about this!
Ah, yes, the union. Welcome to our ranks, number 1313.
I'll take this case to the Supreme Court.
The state is the Supreme Court. Our decision is as follows. No more private property. No more you.
The farm voted put a stop to this.
Farmers don't vote anymore.
What do I do for seed next year?
You won't have to worry about next year. The state will do your planning from now on.
We must fight to regain our freedom, or everything is lost. Everything!
Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
When anybody preaches disunity, tries to pit one of us against the other through class warfare, race hatred, or religious intolerance, you know that person seeks to rob us of our freedom and destroy our very lives. And we know what to do about it.
Now, gentlemen, no violence, please. Don't throw those bottles. Don't throw those bottles.
Working together to produce an ever greater abundance of material and spiritual values for all. That is the secret of American prosperity.
Okay, Max. Let's try it again.
Turn it off. Good night, Niklas. They're meeting at the factory.
I'll get back.
Oh, what about you, Max? You think everyone?
Not run, but maybe crawl a little.
Will I finish your masterpiece, Theodore? So start up for this. The most beautiful painting I have ever seen on a mail truck.
Eric, do you think the truck will make so much noise tonight?
We're lucky it runs.
But the baby,
Poor little fellow.
if it should cry.
God has brought us this far. We must keep trusting him.
Eric is right, Alicia.
But so much noise. Nicholas will fix the engine.
Oh, you think you young men can do anything, don't you, Laura?
Do you want a prejudiced answer?
That's all you could get. How is the fourth partition coming, Kyle?
Almost finished. Room enough for 7 people behind this.
Very good.
I wish we could have obtained thicker metal.
Well, at least it will hide us.
Not from bullets.
Let's pray it doesn't come to that. Actually, the decoy bothers me more. But we have to face facts. The guards will look inside. If they search too closely, the decoy will be then the vital means of escape. Anything wrong?
It's only the engine.
The same problem.
Don't worry, Eric. It will run tonight.
I must learn to have as much faith in you as Laura.
It must be ernst. You are late.
You know how the youth league meetings are, Papa.
You had me worked
Some speakers spoke against religion.
and proclaimed the truth of communism. Only the communists don't know what truth is. They say anything and promise anything that furthers their cause. Then they ignore or deny what they said.
You preach a sermon, Papa.
Sermon? Yes, I could preach a sermon. That Christ is the Savior and Lord of mankind, not communism. Now go relieve Julian.
Yes, Papa. Any petrol gas?
No.
Car will soon be finished welding, so you better get down there.
Yes, smart boy.
I'd have to be stupid not to know about you and Carl.
Stop the engine. Now, stop waiting.
time.
Why you have to go?
You know, it's compulsory for everyone in my factory section.
But if we're leaving tonight...
Well, something might happen to postpone our attempt. I'd have no excuse for not being there. Don't look so sad, darling. We'll be free people under God. We'll be able to worship without restrictions, to live as Christians in a land where the government doesn't call religion an opiate and teach children that God is a myth. But it's worth going to one more meeting, isn't it?
Yes, Miklas.
I must go.
Niklas? Now remember, we must be at the gate changed.
So Max will be recognized as a regular driver.
We should leave here no later than 6:30.
I understand.
It isn't what I want.
Don't worry, Eric. If I'm not back, you must leave without me.
Just get back. Check your watch.
4:46.
Yes.
Statistics that do not lie. We are lagging in our productivity. We must realize that the communist state requires dedication. Our strength is not that we work for ourselves, thinking selfishly of our own desires. We work for others. Our motivation is higher than that of the profit-minded pawns in a capitalist society. We work so that our brothers may share the fruits of our labors. Let us put forth more effort on the production line. We must surpass the capitalist nations of the West so that the world can see the superiority of communism. And we will surpass them if everyone puts forth the same effort as our comrade Alfred Baumgartner, who is our worker of the month. We will not give Comrade Baumgartner any material rewards, as the capitalists would do. Instead, we do something far greater. He will receive a recognition of honor in our book of records. And his name, along with names of other winners, will be posted on the bulletin boards of every factory in East Germany as an inspiration to all the workers. And now, my friends, we have a special privilege in store for us. Comrade Dmitry Gusiev has just arrived from Russia. He brings with him some film and other materials. I can see in your faces that each of you eagerly looks forward to hearing this great leader of men. He will touch on the subject of greatest interest to us, the ultimate glorious triumph of communism over all the enemies of the people. Comrade Gusiev, we are grateful for your presence.
Comrades, capitalism is dying. The Western nations will soon be liberated from the enslaving tentacles of those who would exploit the working class. The tides of history are moving towards an ultimate brotherhood, where all men will have all things in common. There will be no race prejudice, and there will be no unemployed. There will be no bread lines, no hunger. There will be no sick people unable to afford medical care. There will be no old people struggling on relief. Each man will live in harmony with his brother, and all human ills will be abolished. This is the goal of communism. Complete equality and brotherhood as people live in peace and goodwill. And this is what the world wants. And this is what only communism can give. Now, I will show you the origin of communism, please. The early 19th century brought to sharp relief the nature of the class war. The Industrial Revolution brought misery to the exploited workers. A factual survey in Great Britain on the conditions of home life was a catalogue of rottenness and filth. From such homes, men, women, and children went to work long hours in mills, mines, and factories, working with unfenced machinery and with no safety regulations. Under the constant threat of unemployment, these workers were at the mercy of employers. Children 6 and 7 years old were forced to work 16 hours a day. Many of these children became deformed from this ruthless exploitation. The government was controlled by the bourgeois. That left only the churches who could speak out against the oppression of the workers. But did the ministers preach against this injustice? Did the Christians work for better living conditions of the downtrodden? The answer is no. I read you the actual words of a minister named Townsend. Hunger is not only a peaceable, silent, unremitted pressure, but as the most natural motive to industry and labor, it calls for the most powerful exertions. It seems to be a law of nature that the poor should be to a certain degree improvident, that there may be always some to fulfill the most servile and the most ignoble offices in the community.
I've been having dreams about Arrakis and the Fremen.
ウルトラ1966年に放送され、半世紀以上経った今も愛され続けている空想特撮シリーズ。ウルトラマンシリーズの原点ともなり、日本の特撮文化の礎ともなったこの作品。最新の技術 4K HDR により最高の画質で蘇ります。4K オリジナルの 35mm 映画フィルムからスキャン。映画用のフィルムが持つポテンシャルを余すことなく生かすことで、かつてない高解像度の 4K 化が実現しました。HDR は光と音の表現力の進化。明暗の表現力が従来の映像よりも拡大しました。これまでのように暗い部分が黒に潰れたり、明るい部分が真っ白に飛んだりせず、目で見るのに近い映像へ。怪獣の目の怪しい光、宇宙人の潜む波、朝焼けのグラデーション、より豊かな明暗の表現で蘇りました。最高の画質で蘇ったウルトラ Q を体感してみましょう。ミニチュアの街並み、鉄道や樹木など全てのものが鮮明になりました。カメラにご注目。レンズの持つ光沢を見事に再現しています。ナメゴンの質感も一目瞭然。作り込まれたディティールを再現できました。水は水らしく、炎は炎らしく、ウルトラ Q という作品群の魅力や元の演出意図を最大限に考慮。当時のスタッフによるチェックを行い、当時の思いと最新技術、究極のバランスで融合。これが誰も見たことがないウルトラ Q 4K リマスター版です。ウルトラマンアーカイブスウルトラ Q UHD&MovieNex は好評発売中。
I don't know how Twitter works, man.
ブルーレイディスクと
Hello, it's the episode 7 something. October 22nd, 2021. It's our big 300. 300th anniversary, 300 subscriber party. I've been trying to send a link to come on the show to Eric Breen on Twitter. I don't understand how Twitter even works. So if someone here could copy the link, I'll put the link on here again. If someone that has computer knowledge could copy this link that I'm putting in the chat and somehow send it to Eric Breen on Twitter, that would be wonderbar. And I'm trying to get the link to Captain Strangeliffe too, but that requires, see, I have to like type it manually, the whole link out. Send it, maybe my wife, if she's listening, can do that to his messenger or whatever the mother frickin' thing. I don't know anything about the internet, man. Let's see what's going on here in the we just went out to get us some cheeseburgers, and it's why we were late in starting. I guess 2 hours and 24 minutes. 2 hours. God damn it. Yes. Hello. Oh shit. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
I already sent the link to Eric Breen.
Oh, okay, cool. And what about Captain Strangeliffe? Can you get through to him?
Okay, how do I send it to him? Is that going to be an email thing?
Can you send it? Yeah. Do you have his email, or can you send it through Feces Book Messenger? I've got his. Yeah, why don't you send it to him on Facebook? I've got his email. I could take a picture of it and send it to you with my walkie-talkie.
I'll use Facebook Messenger. It seems quicker.
Okay, it's like it's getting to be pretty late, and he's in another time zone. It's almost like midnight his time, I think. So yeah, well, do what you can, and let's see if anyone's going to pop on here. But you're welcome to come on too if you want. You can come up in person, or you can call in by the walkie-talkie phone.
You need a banana phone.
Banana phone? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
okay.
so
I'll be in touch.
all right, bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we've got Eric Breen contacted somehow. So if Eric Breen, you're watching, go to your Twitter and look. My wife's got an unusual name. Okay, let's see what's going on in the chat over the last 2 hours and 27 minutes. Gotham City Comics said I was early. Felix Maldonado says congrats on your 400. Oh, we've got a special guest coming in here, man.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi.
Wow. Hey, man, I've been enjoying your commentary on Stargirl and stuff, which I think that you and I are some of the only people in the world that have discovered Stargirl. Everyone I talk to either doesn't even know what it is, or they just like, why would I watch that? But are you starting to get a little? I haven't seen the last 3 episodes, I think, but the second season on CW, do you think it's that they have less budget because the robot, maybe it's happened in the last couple episodes, but the robot is never utilized in the whole season? Is that because they just don't have the money to do it, or what?
I think that may be because, well, you know, when Stripesy came out on the last season and we got to see him, he's very CG. You can see it. You can see the CGI there.
I don't care. It's just like a Japanese superhero show from the 70s from Toei Studios. At least they have the balls to do it. It's not like, oh, we can't do it, so let's just have a bad guy cut off all of Medusa's hair in the pilot of. It's like, just give us bad CGI. We can use our imaginations.
Well, you know what I think it really is? It is to demolish the new JSA. Because if you think about it, how many members of the JSA are left? We have Stargirl, and we have Beth, the new Dr. Midnight. They want to go ahead and take it all down. It's all falling apart. And Eclipso he's now come, and he does require some CGI with how he moves. but he
Right.
looked fantastic. So it might have gone into costuming, but it might be a sacrifice worth it.
So they're like at the moment in the hero's journey, the dark night, right before soul of the soul, right before they, something I guess happens at the end. Because this season has been its tone has been substantially more dark than the first season was. This upbeat, almost like a early Spielberg kind of thing. I loved it. And this season's a little darker in tone, but but I don't mind, Solomon Grundy looks totally fake, but you have the courage to do it. I'll buy it.
The most disappointing thing is that he actually doesn't say his line. They just have him grunt. But no, I think I like this dark tone compared to another show I review, Titans. That's just a gritty dark for the sake of it. This is a natural kind of darkness that has come in, but I think that pretty soon we're going to see an upkick and everything's going to turn out all right towards the end, and that's what matters.
That's what I'm hoping. Titans has me torn. I have not seen most of this season, but it's like I started it expecting to hate it, and then it kind of won me over. But there's still things. If they would just tweak it where kids could watch it too, it would be so easy to do. Just take out the nudity and the gratuitous shots of Superboy's butt and the Hawk's butt. I mean, they always do these close-ups. I guess they know they have a female audience, and just in like Robin, the second Robin, is in the first season, he's breaking the backs of policemen over his knee. He's like basically killing them or turning them into quadriplegics. In the next season, he's kind of like he's like a Tiger Beat kind of boyfriend. It's like I guess they'd gotten a lot of fan mail from women's or girls, so they decided to make him nicer. And of course now I guess, but I don't know. I mean, it's like some of the casting. Well, some of the castings I think really good. I think Dick Grayson is really well cast. Although I saw him on that Fandom show, and he's like this little tiny gnome with this beard. It's like with an accent, and I thought, well, he seemed all American sort of in the TV show. And it's like they have to take everything to the next level. Like, okay, so they had Batgirl paralyzed. Well, let's just have her like lose a leg too. It's like she's.
Well, you know why they did that though? The actress they hired actually doesn't have that leg. So yeah, so there's in fact a sequence that takes its place in the past, and she is basically in like a cat suit because she's burglarizing places for fun, which is totally out of character, but she is incredibly talented in that physical regard, even though she is lacking an appendage.
And I liked when the Superboy character, when he goes back to Smallville in the second season, I guess, and it's like there's just so much to like, and then there's so much to hate. I don't know where to take it, but
yeah, that's a main problem that I see with a lot of people who watch the show. And sometimes they have scenes that are just, oh man, this is surprisingly good. And then the next scene right after that, this season has had the worst adaptation of Scarecrow I have ever seen.
Yeah. Hey, Eric. I got you in. It took me a while. That's all that time the swirling hypnotizing wheel was going. I was trying to figure out how to work Twitter.
Actually, the one that you sent and the one that your wife sent, it came through on my phone, but not on my laptop. And I don't know how to get it from my phone. So Graphics sent me a link that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what the difference is, how you do it differently, but yeah, I can't. Because I guess if I did it from my phone, I would have to use my phone. And I'd probably sound like even worse than I do.
I don't know. The microphones they built into these phones are pretty good because they want to use them as government surveillance tools. So they have pretty good sound, I think, just to pick up every, thing you're doing and your heartbeat probably.
Yeah. Well, Greta, I appreciate you sending it. I don't know why it didn't come through on the laptop. And Graphic, thank you for sending the one so I could, hang out with a puppet.
Guys, I don't feel my heartbeat. I don't feel my heartbeat. What's happening? Oh, wait, you made the point about the puppet.
Ken, how long did you watch Bad Puppet or Bad Comic Reading tonight? I saw you.
No, we were at a restaurant. I came home and then I went to a really great restaurant that I've been going. It's like the restaurant that I had my first drink at in college, and it's in a new location, but it's still like this kind of college hangout, and I still go there even though I'm advancing in age. And they have really great cheeseburgers. It's like a fake British pub.
If you do, I defy you to keep a straight face while Pixel's reading the old guy.
You're doing the demon, right? Like the first issue demon. I saw that.
And who were you? What old guy were you? Puppeteen?
Well, Pixel, he was playing Worley. He was playing Worley, and he did Merlin at first. And I believe Worley sounds something like this all the time.
One of these days, I'm gonna have to explain kayfabe to you.
To which one of us?
Puppeteen.
Okay, what is kayfabe? I watched them, but what does the name mean?
It's where you let the curtain pull back and see that it's all a show.
Okay.
Because I'm dealing with someone who I think when he's in character there, he truly believes that he and Pixel are two different people. And
well, sometimes you just have to keep the illusion going.
Who are you talking to? Look, hey, I'm over here. Right here.
I'm looking. I see you.
You're not even looking at anybody. Gratu's on the other side.
I see you. He's right there.
You stupid puppet. What is Froggy in the room with you?
No, Froggy didn't want to show up. I don't know. I guess he's a little shy.
Well, nobody wanted him here, but yeah, it's
Well, so we were talking about Stargirl and Titans, and Stargirl I really like. Titans is like it's got a lot to recommend it. And I'm trying to think what other shows are on that.
Don't make me talk about Batwoman. Please don't make me talk about.
Oh
Batwoman.
No, I've never watched that.
It's a sad case because that show was actually decent for a CW show in the first season. I expected far more like Supergirl virtue signaling, and it really didn't have that except for like 1 or 2 episodes. But then the second season, it all fell apart.
Which one?
Batwoman.
It seems like the first few episodes of Supergirl was okay for a little bit until they started devoting 3/4 of every episode to her stepsister, and her love life. It seemed like that's where that fell off.
Well, the first season it was on CBS, and it had to appeal to those who were at the final destination in life. Because CBS is on at every senior care facility in the country. When it moved to the CW, they went after the CW audience, and that is the same audience that the mainstream comic book industry is cultivating.
Yeah. Well, I do think the actor Tyler Hoechlin or whatever was a good Superman, even though it's like he puts on his suit and all of a sudden he's muscular, but I guess he's in the Lois and Clark series.
And that apparently has not been bitten by the SJW bug yet. So
we watched the first 4 or 5 episodes, and I was liking it. Lois looks. I don't like Lois. I don't want to knock the actress.
I'm going to get my soapbox. Let me put it down right here. 1 second. Yes. And now that I'm on my soapbox, I can talk about, even though Bitsy Tolik, that's the name that she goes by on Twitter, she is very hard to look at. I will admit. She is a phenomenal
She
actress.
looks like I used to be I'm trying to be a little nicer on my show. I think when it first premiered, I was saying she looked like a meth whore. But if she happens to tune into this show, I need to be a little nicer.
Did you watch Grimm? Were you a Grimm fan when it was on?
My wife, I think, was that the show that had all the fairy tale characters?
Fantastic show.
Yeah, she watched that all the time.
She was the girlfriend for years, and something they did in the last couple seasons, which they got away from the monster of the week and had continuing storylines, and one of them was something happened to her where she basically became like a soulless killing machine, and this character that had been on earlier who had been possessed by a demon, I guess got the demon out of her, and she ended up being the love interest of the main character, and the girlfriend for all those years ended up being part of like this resistance force. But at the end of the series, they didn't get back together like you would have seen on any other show, and it was I said she was very good at both roles, but there's just something about it. I don't see Lois Lane when I see her. I mean, every other actress that's played her, I can see. Well, I take it back. The one in the Brandon Routh movie, the little blonde girl, I certainly didn't see Lois Lane, and Amy Adams is a bit of a stretch, but
she's. But
I go purely based off of her performance because I think her performance is great. It is hard to look at her and think Lois Lane, but
she also looks like she's Superman's mom, kind of. She looks a little older, but I don't think she is.
But there is something. This is the first portrayal of Lois Lane on live action where Lois is a mother.
Yeah.
So she's always been that dynamic, kind of like sex pot that that could attract a virtual god.
Well, not Noelle Neal. She kind of felt like a mom too, even though and she was like a moron too. It's like, gee willikers.
Yeah, well,
golly gee, Superman.
Well, Margot Kidder in her own way, but certainly Terry Hatcher and Erica Durance, they had that it factor that Lois is like a fantasy babe, but Bitsy Tulloch is playing a Lois who's more grounded, and so like I said, she does fine with it.
Yeah.
And
hey, Jimmy.
Oh, he's in the chat. Hello, Jimmy.
So Greta, were you a fan of Grimm? I know because I know Once Upon a Time had fairy tale characters too, but Grimm had all the fairy tale the original what's the word, iterations of them where a lot of those fairy tales were a lot darker.
Yeah, my wife watched that show religiously, and then when I met her, she got me into Supernatural. She watches all those girl shows. Supernatural, I didn't have any problem with.
Supernatural is the most surprising CW show there is. I have a few episodes left. I did a huge binge watch, and I expected, the CW, but it's really, truly a WB show, and it remains that way pretty much to the end. They have a few episodes here or there when they do a special kind of fan service-y episode because they have a lot of teen girls as fans. But other than that, it's just a really solid show.
It's funny.
Some of these CW shows I didn't mind when they first started, like The Flash the casting, he's a perfectly okay Flash for me. But the thing about that Flash and the 1989 Flash is, why does the Flash always have to have a team that's back behind him, and why can't he just be a guy doing that? He always has to have I didn't like the woman in the original, the 89 Flash. I found her very annoying, and he's got this whole team behind him. I don't know, but
you know why they do it?
Always disintegrate into political correctness and preaching.
You answered your own question. The CW, again, there is a narrative that goes through the Greg Berlanti shows, and that is the woman is greater than the man. And not to say that that Flash isn't capable in his own right, but the people that surround him, because Caitlin, I get she's a scientist, she can do it, but Iris went from a blogger to as scientifically capable as Caitlin, and without really having to learn anything, she just ended up being great at everything.
Yeah, the team leader.
Yeah,
but you're talking about Supernatural, and I remember when Entertainment Weekly used to be weekly. I remember getting an issue of it in 2009 where Jensen Ackles and Jared Padalecki were threatening to leave the show because they wanted to move on. They didn't want to be typecast. They'd already been on for several years. So as kind of like a carrot to keep them around, they got them starring roles in remakes of horror movies. They got Jared. One of them did a Friday the 13th, and the other one did I think like a Happy Birthday or one of those slasher movies. And the show, and they stuck around for 10 more years. I was amazed how long that show it wouldn't die. It was the Rasputin of shows.
Now, one of them is now like a Superman character on the second season of The Boys, or the third season.
Yeah. I think Jensen Ackles is.
Isn't he supposed to be Captain America like? Pretty sure.
Well, he's and that hell, that guy never gets any older. Hell, he's been around so long. He was who they brought in. Remember Dark Angel, the Jessica Alba show before she became a movie star? Yeah. They brought Jensen Ackles into the second season to give that show some much needed personality. Now it's like 18, 19 years later, and he doesn't look a day older.
I know. I think about him in Smallville sometimes because he was on that too. I can't remember what character he played.
That show started really good too. I remember I liked how that show started. It's just
you can't lose a personality like Michael Rosenbaum without the show suffering, because they had to scramble to change so much without Luther.
Lex Luthor, right?
Yeah,
he was the best Lex Luthor I've ever seen because he's not. You have an explanation why he's the way he is. It's not just total mustache twirling evil. Right. It's I like those shades of gray, like the way Magneto was portrayed. It's like, okay, I see why he's that. It kind of makes sense,
And I was glad they never had him go so far over the line, because again, this was a different presentation of the Clark Kent, Lex Luthor, Lana Lang. I mean, because to make it fit in the context of the show, they brought in Lois, because if you do this long enough, you're going to want to see Lois. Jimmy. I remember I like the kid that played Jimmy, the Ashmore. I can't tell them apart, but
I don't think I got far enough into Smallville to meet Jimmy Olsen. I didn't even know he was in the show.
Yeah, the later seasons, and
it seems like he would have been too young.
Well, again, they kind of played a baby
when they were teenagers.
See, I'm not sure about this, but soon after Christopher Reeves passed, I think that they had to accept the fact that they would not get him, Tom Welling, to be Superman. If you go into the interviews, he talks about how he really respected Christopher Reeves, who came onto the show and played a scientist who basically studied extraterrestrial life, so he knew about Kryptonians. When he passed away, he said that he did not want to be Superman. He would be Clark Kent, absolutely, but he would never put on that costume. He would never be him.
I don't know, but that never bothered me that he didn't do that until the tail end of the last episode, because that wasn't what the show was about. I mean, they skirted around it by bringing all the different superheroes and whatnot, which was, I guess, okay, because I mean they kind of seasons 8, 9, and 10, and they did lapse into a little. They were starting to become a true CW type show when their Green Arrow, gave the illegal immigrant speech about how all they wanted was a chance to come to America and better their lives, and it was that's not the point, but but it was still, I said, it wasn't bad. I mean, the last 3 seasons weren't as good as the early ones, but
at some point I just stopped watching, and I don't think there was anything that offended me or upset me. I just somehow fell out of the habit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's when Lex Luthor left. It could have been. I don't know. But then I came back at the very end and I saw the last episode, and I should probably go back and fill in all the other episodes at some point. But there's so many shows now, and we get behind. It's like, what? Yeah. What did you guys think of the Doom Patrol?
I need to finish the second season still.
Yeah, I think we're are they just finished? They're finishing the 3rd season.
Yeah, that's what's coming out right now. Season 3.
Okay, we watched the first season. The second, which is the season that started with the little rat girl? Is that season 2 or 3?
Second.
Okay, so we've got to start with the second season, because there's this friend of mine that visits every Friday night. He's here now downstairs. He stays here and then goes to, because he's from a town like an hour and a half away, and he fixes 50s and 60s console stereos at the shop here locally. So he just stays overnight, and he's the greatest guy in the world. But we Doom Patrol season, but he's like a real, nice guy. And so we put on the first episode of season 2, and within 30 seconds, there's like a strong man effing another strong man in the butt. And there's like all this horrible shit happening with this little rat girl in a cage. And we said, oh, I guess we'll turn the channel. And then we never got back to it. It's like all this stuff. They don't need to put this. It's like the Tales from the Crypt thing on HBO. You have comics from the 50s that don't have nudity. They have extreme violence. They don't have cursing, but because it's HBO, we've got to add the titties in and the butts, and we got to say fuck all the time instead of just making it seem. And that show, if they had just set it in the 50s and had Hugh Beaumont, Ward Cleaver, June Cleaver kind of 50s, and then that violence, it would have been perfect. But they had to update it, and I know in the EC comics, people cursed, and it was little probably asterisk in the comic book cursing. And maybe you got to fill that in, but you don't need to add all the sex and nudity. Mm-hmm. And that's what they're doing with Titans. And Titans could be a great show. I mean, the casting of Starfire, well, she's not as much like a prostitute, I think, now. But the first season, she just looked like something out of early 70s.
My main problem with the casting of Starfire is not the casting of Starfire. It is the complete lack of trying. They just had to make her orange. That's all they had to do. But instead, they just didn't try, and they dressed her up as a hooker in the first season.
And the same thing with Beast Boy or Changeling or whatever. He didn't have green skin. I think he does when he's transforming or something.
Yeah, he does when he's transforming, but he's supposed to have green skin all the time. Instead, he has green hair. God.
And then Doom Patrol, they cheaped out and didn't have her stretch or barely. I think she's starting to learn to stretch, but it's basically because I don't think could afford to do those effects with her.
Well, they made her the Blob for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, Doom Patrol was one of my favorite comics from the Silver Age. It was. Have you read much of that, Puppetine?
Well, I've definitely read the first issue. Pixel, that's where the Immortus voice comes from.
Yeah, can Puppetine do General Immortus?
Can I do General Immortus? Let's see. If I focus and talk about how I will stop the Doom Patrol, then yes! like that.
But now, Puppeteer, you do it a lot faster than Pixel.
So
was that for
okay,
time
you want me to
constraints?
slow down.
Have you guys done Doom Patrol before on your show?
Oh yeah, the best moment in the history of bad comic readings, or whatever the hell we're calling ourselves now, is Pixel doing General Immortus, because he sounds like someone who has been trying to do a number 2 for the last 3 days and just can't quite get it.
Were you doing a 60s Doom Patrol or the real artsy art school?
No, we did My Greatest Adventure number 80.
Okay. That comic to me felt very Marvel-like.
It did.
And another one, have you guys done any Adventures, Legion of Superheroes? Because that's a lot of characters, a lot of people can do the voices.
No, we haven't done that. We've only been on this for a couple months, and we try to that would fit the time period. And like I said, you're always welcome to come read, because Graphic Man did tonight, and so we're expanding the cast.
Yeah, I
people
need
make
to.
fun of.
It's like in the past, it's my friend's here, and I figure, well, I'll ignore him. But tonight I just decided to go ahead and do a show. I'm starting to have a limited time because I was kind of working part time at this comic shop. Then I find all these amazing comics in the back room, and I say, "Hey, I'll work an extra day free for these." It's like, and I found so many amazing ones that I've got some days that I'm just going to work them off like real quick. But now I'm like every night I'm booked till 7, but I got some great comics out of it. The ones I was showing the other night on Graphic Man's show. I
still don't know why Graphic won't come on and say hi.
Just hop on the link.
I haven't been looking at the chat. Did Graphic Man say no? Or
no, he's in chat.
He may be in his pajamas. I mean, it's late.
He's turned the camera off.
Wait, he's a different time zone, or is he?
He's actually, I think, an hour earlier than us. Well, than me. I mean,
is it Missouri like right
here?
No, Missouri's over a little bit from Kentucky, right?
I think it's 11:13 where he is.
Okay, he's my time, Central Time then. Well, let's see. Captain Strangelove just said, what does he say? Oh, he's got work to do tomorrow. I have to get out of the house by 6 a.m. I feel bad I didn't make this soon enough, though, for the 400 sub show. I'll do some other show in between that, because that's probably going to be a year from now. It took 2.5 years to get to 300. And people say, well, it'll just all of a sudden, it'll just snowball. But I don't think so. I think they've got me shadow banned or something. Because, I don't know if you know this, but Captain Strangelove was the 300th subscriber, and he's subscribed a bunch of times, like every month or so. I see Captain Strangelove just subscribed. And I thought, well, did he get mad at me? And then he subscribed again, but he said no. Because sometimes YouTube purges subscriptions. Yeah. And I don't know why I'm a target for that, or maybe everyone is, but somehow he just keeps losing and has to resubscribe.
Well, if you want to get to 400 quick, just get Dan Slott to turn on you. That worked for Jimmy.
Here's Graphic Man. I got to go to the restroom, so why don't you guys talk while I hit the. I'll be right back.
All right. I thought he'd never leave.
Graphic Man.
Hey.
Yeah, y'all did a great job on that show that you do at England Teens. Both of you did. It was phenomenal.
So what are we going to read now while we're waiting? How about a story from Girls Romance?
Yes.
Wait a minute. No, we can't do that because I have the highest voice. Who will be the girl? We all know.
Linda. He's finally convinced you're through with him. He doesn't even know you're alive. Read the True to Life feature. Hurry to Heartbreak. Or how about he pushed me away?
Looks like she's pushing him away.
I said she pushed me away.
Oh
no. Stay away. Let me go. Can't you see it's too late? Haven't I suffered enough? Why must my tortured heart cry? I can't love anyone. If I keep going, we go, never got a dinner. Left and red buttons.
Well, you certainly know how to liven a place up, Breen. Pixel, do you want to come out here and deal with this? No.
What did I miss?
I've got to tell him, but not now. I
Did you
can't
move the
tell him
camera or
now. Would our love be shattered by the truth? Paradise of the heart. Dun, dun, dun.
Save us, Gratu. Save us.
Oh, look. Here's Batwoman.
Oh,
Bitten
well,
by
I actually like
vampire.
Save
You know,
me.
I actually like that book. It's one of the first trade paperbacks I ever got, and I actually didn't mind the book.
When I was teaching, this new teacher started at the school, and she was a comic book nerd, and she was dating a DC Comics artist that did Batman, and he did Daredevil. I can't for the life of me remember the guy's name.
Was it
But
David
the guy
Mazzucchelli?
did a giant poster of the Gotham City skyline with Batman there just for some PTA night that was hanging in the hall. And I told her, have your students call and interview him during class, and they can write up the interview, and I'll put it in the school magazine. And I did that. So if I dig those magazines out of the closet, I can figure out his name. But I just can't remember it because I don't know modern comics. But yeah, he lived in Dallas. That might help you if there's a Dallas DC artist. But I don't know, that maybe everyone lives everywhere and everyone doesn't have to live in New York anymore. But
Did they say how long ago it was? Because the only person that I know
this
for
is
a
about
fact,
10 years ago, maybe.
Oh, okay. Okay. 'cause
Guy that
David-
did Batman and Daredevil. I think those were the main ones. And I remember printing it up and getting some of his artwork and putting it in there. And then she broke up with him before I could meet him, unfortunately. But she came with a completely accurate Batwoman, that Batwoman, not the real one from the 50s, costume on Halloween. And I don't think all the kids even knew who that character was because it was long before the TV show and didn't know, her, orientation or anything. But and I don't think anyone, the principal, but it was a very accurate costume. But anyway, if you guys don't know a DC artist that lives in Texas from 10 years ago, maybe he's the guy that just quit DC. That would be cool.
So do all of her exes live in Texas?
I don't know.
Did you hear what DC did to that guy?
Now, what did they do to him?
They're recoloring all 4 of the issues that he did.
Oh, so he won't get any residuals?
Right, and they're for the trade, and they're going to release the first 4 issues again with their Pride logo on it.
But he didn't leave over the orientation of Superman. He left because of the Better Tomorrow instead of the American Way, right?
But here's the thing.
Well,
there's no difference to that audience because one is anti-LGBTQ, the other is pro-American, and those are both not good for the audience they want.
Yeah.
So the reason the guy left wasn't because of Jonathan Kent. Even Jonathan Kent, they gave him his own slogan, his own thing, and I think it was truth, justice, and a better world, which it's still sucky. But he was like, I don't mind that because it's not Superman. This is Jonathan Kent Superman. He's his own thing. So him having his own being of this generation, it makes sense to him. But whenever they changed Clark Kent Superman, the main Superman, the OG, as it were, that's when he got upset and he said, I'm finishing and then I'm gone.
Does the real Superman even appear in the comic now?
I think he's off in space somewhere.
Yeah.
Or should I say he's off in safe space?
This is the genuine atrocity of this comic book, because I remember going through issue 2 and the part where Jonathan Kent yells at his dad, "Why don't you do more for the world?" Even though he's literally Superman.
Many times it saved it.
Yeah, and Jonathan says, if you don't make them, who will?" And Clark says, "Well, I was hoping you would," because he goes on to say that it's Jonathan's world, not his, which is totally just not Superman. Superman is absolutely an American superhero. He's also a Earth superhero. So sending him out into space for Lord knows how long is just ridiculous.
Well, that's the problem. One of the real problems where people don't understand, when what's his face that made the X-Men movies, made the sequel to the original Superman. What's his face? I mean, I don't mean to, Bryan Singer.
Bryan Singer. Yeah.
It's like, well, Superman had just like at the end of Superman 2, he's there putting the top back on the Oval Office with the flag, and he says, "Don't worry, Mr. President, I won't leave you again." And then he goes off into space to try to find Krypton and is gone for 10 years or something. And it's like, wait, how does that follow that? Or so, I think maybe he was like pretending Superman 2 didn't happen. But it's just like, they don't understand the characters when they make these movies. They don't.
Oh, no, they do. They have major problems with them because the modern comic book audience are comprised of people who have been told every day of their lives that they are unique and special and should be protected from any kind of conflict. So they just want they don't want actual stories. They want representation. They want presentation. They basically just want conflicts easily solved, and then the hero stands around and poses for selfies with a Benetton ads bunch of people. And like in Batman, you've got an 18-year-old runaway girl, I think that's what Miracle Molly is, telling Batman he doesn't know Gotham City. And Batman says, "Oh, you're right." And you've got Clark getting lectured by his son that he's not doing enough. What? He's not shaking down enough border agents trying to do their jobs like the son does.
Well,
but that's the audience they want. That's what they want. I mean, so it's like we're just left out at this point.
Is one of the sons on Lois and Clark or whatever that show's called named Jonathan Kent?
He is named Jonathan, but he is actually the son who doesn't have superpowers.
Oh, yeah. So that TV show does not follow the comics really at all.
No, see,
it's its own little universe.
Yeah, and it says it's connected to the CW verse, and there's a lot of problems with saying it's connected to the CW verse. But the show is amazing, even though it's totally diverging from the comics. And
that's why it's amazing.
Yeah. It honestly is, and to see Clark actually be a dad, raising his sons, which is something we don't get to see anymore because they just go ahead and age them up. This show is ultimately the most respectful Superman product that we have right now.
Well, one of the reasons why they're probably doing this, and they would never admit this, but if you have a character that flies and has super strength, you've got to show that on occasion, which means that costs a little money, which means you have to have a few people actually watch it.
Yeah.
Because you notice that as Flash's audience has dwindled, it used to get 3 or 4 million a week. Now it's down under 1. So you don't, you see him as the Flash for maybe 30 seconds an episode. They were probably, they say they fired the actor that played Ralph Dibny because of 10-year-old tweets. They probably just didn't want to pay for the effects. Because they said they were going to bring back a different elongated man and say that his face got damaged. And think about that. A guy that can stretch into anything, that doesn't work.
I didn't know the elongated man was on that show.
Yeah, for a year and a half or 2 years.
And
great. The guy was great, too.
You know what they did to get rid of him? They melted his face off and they put him in a mask, and he was talking like a robot for the end of the first 3 episodes of this new season 7, which is an atrocity on its own.
Did they just write him out after that, or
Yep.
or is he still there?
He's just gone. He's just gone. They didn't replace the actor. They just got rid of him, which honestly is a choice that I prefer, because the actor didn't deserve what he got.
No, I agree. I said that, and the fact that none of his castmates stood up for him, I thought was weak. But again, I'm sure that I'm sure the cost had as much to do with it now as just a convenient excuse, because it works.
Yeah.
Because the 12 Psychos on Twitter, applaud anytime a cis white man, gets canceled. And
I was going to make a comment before, because you said how this generation is told they're all unique and special, unless you are a straight white guy. You are not unique.
Well, yeah,
you
that's
are
true.
part of the evil majority.
But I thought
in their view.
I still think it's kind of funny though that for people that are told they're special and unique and this and this, they want everything to be exactly the same.
Yep.
Well, it seems like you can be straight white guy if you're British, because I think there's only one character that 12-hour long DC fandom. I think only the guy playing Captain Marvel is an American cis white male, because Aquaman, who should be blonde like the Flash, and the Flash has got dark hair, and well, he's not British, but he's not.
He's not straight either,
because he's got a dog collar and a skirt on. So
and
that
heels.
shows,
Don't forget the heels.
And then, what?
He wears heels.
Ezra Miller, yeah.
Okay, well, the Flash on TV, I like a lot better, because he's doesn't seem like an airhead. I mean, he plays the Flash like he's just although I have met some geniuses that are nuts like that, and like I have this old friend from college that one of the leading AI people in the world, and he seems like a dingbat, but he's brilliant. But it's like what Batman is British. Everybody was, because then you see them talking with their British accents. And what do you think of the Batman trailer that they showed last weekend?
Well, I mean, I'm a fan. I wasn't convinced, but I actually think this could be the most interesting Batman movie that we've had in a long while.
It looks good, but I'm bothered by just a little small thing. It's just like the insane hair of Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. Why do you have the long hair like that?
Yeah, it's just so weird. It's not like I don't know, but yeah, the guy flipped over in the car and he sees Batman coming at him. But the thing about it is that people think every hero has to be these brooding, tortured guys, and there, to me, the traditional Batman who's like smiling while he's punching people, that would be even more fucked up if he's like beating people and smiling instead of acting all tortured and tormented, because then that comes across as even more twisted and smiling with shaking hands with Robin, and then just but that one of the greatest superhero movies, I think, moments in movies or TV shows. Well, I always love it when they show the joy and the fun that it is to be a superhero. And that scene in X-Men Days of Future Past, where Quicksilver, they just spend 3 minutes just showing like a millisecond and how much fun he's having just in
the day.
What is he, in the Pentagon or something? And it's just, they play a Jim Croce song, and for the entire length of the song, you just see how he's fucking with people, and then at the last minute he just diverts the bullets. That's a brilliant scene. And I don't know how that same director effed up the Superman Returns movie, because it's like that shows he understands. Like that director is real troublesome, because he can do something great and then it's like he's clueless in the next movie. It's like, how did the same guy do the Apocalypse X-Men that did X-Men 2. You know, that's very different quality. I don't know.
I was kind of hoping we were going to get a Batman movie where they go off into space like all those 50 stories. I mean, it probably wasn't going to happen. Probably wasn't considered, but you know, it's.
Well, I guess the closest they came to that was that cartoon Brave and the Bold that tried to do a Kirby style, and I think they were having fun trying to do that era Batman. But
so, Graphic, you still awake?
Yeah. I'm not really a TV guy, and you kept wondering.
I'm not either. I'm just faking it.
Eric kept wondering, why isn't Graphic Man getting in here? I don't. You guys are. I'm sure Gratu's loving talking to Puppetine because Puppetine can talk the TV stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, Puppetine, who does the artwork for your thumbnails?
Well, that is actually all me.
That you do a good job. I mean, I don't care to see the Batwoman, cast, but when you see the little frog and you there, it just wonderful. It cracks me up. So you do a great job.
Yeah. I need to work more on those. Actually, my favorite thumbnails to actually make are the comic book readings that I do because I have the little stage curtains, and then I take actual clips, actual panels from the book, and I just edit around them and put them in. Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
Now, Puppetine, have you seen any of Graphic Man's posters that he's done?
I have not.
Do you have any of those at arm's length by chance, Graphic?
They are all on the other side of the house.
Look, let me turn this off for just a second. I've got a couple of them here. They're under some things. Okay. Let me grab those. And Puppetine, these are incredible.
I'll make you full screen when you get them.
All right. Second.
Yeah, well, the TV shows and movies, I'm behind on them, and some of them I can't stand. But
no, and that's why I was hanging in the chat because I can help you guys. No way on that. I don't know what in the world's going on. It's interesting to listen to you guys talk about it, but it just sounds like woke.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, and it's horrible, but it's like I never dreamed as a kid that all of these properties were going to be made. Some of them actually like a Captain America Winter Soldier movie. As a kid, I could never have dreamed that would have happened. Or
that was fantastic. I enjoyed that one.
And it's like oh well. Okay, so you got them. Let me make you full screen. Hold on.
Well, I don't know if Puppetine is old enough to know the movie Mole People.
Mole Man.
Let's see.
Does he know?
I'm sorry, I did the wrong thing. Hold on a second.
Puppetine, do you know who Beetle Bailey is?
Yes, I know who Beetle
is.
Yeah.
What am I? How do
you look very young, so I don't know.
Well, it's all this. I have a fault that's cleaned every week or so.
Yeah, that's so wonderful.
That one makes me laugh every time.
Oh, that's great.
This one, if I'm not mistaken, is just a straight reproduction.
Yeah, that's just Planet Comics. I figured you were a fan of that.
Oh yeah. Then cool. You can always use our bag. X-Men.
Oh.
Now I'd love to show you Giant Man as the amazing colossal man, but my friend Jerry hijacked that poster.
Oh, he did.
Yes, and he is having it framed, and I said, I told him, I said, now if you ever get a microphone, that has to be in the background. So, your work is reaching the people.
Yeah, we need him on the show. We need another fossil. That'd be great.
Yeah, I said I said here's the thing. He is to the right of Gratu. So
My right wing.
They should hit it off great. Oh, I'm Antifa compared to Jerry. So it's whenever we
There's
talk,
nothing to the right of Gratu. I'm on the left side, but there is no right.
When he gets going, I just have a code word. I say rails. That's short for Jerry. You're going off the rails.
Yeah.
But no, I met him, I think in 1984. How appropriate given where we are now. And we met because of we had the same major. He actually finished it and made a career out of it. But found out that we were each into comic books, and we've been friends for 37 years now. But yeah, he'll fit right in.
Yeah.
Definitely more than me. Look how with how smooth I am. I just don't fit. But I am glad to be here on the show.
Yeah, but you look like an old bald auctioneer.
And where do the comics come from that you auction on Saturday nights?
Well, it's not where I'm auctioning, but
he goes to a shop and he'll buy a bunch of them. He'll order off of he'll participate in auctions on eBay. But he goes to a shop where if he buys enough, he gets deals on them. That's how he gets his big dogs, and so he just kind of it keeps basically.
My human self is very good at that.
Buys, auctions, buys. Yes.
So the big ones are left for the very end of the show, usually.
Yes.
Because last week you had a Treasury edition, I think, of Conan. I've never seen a Treasury on there before.
Yeah, this past Saturday, I was gone by then because I had to go to a freaking breakfast last Sunday morning. But he did Ghosts #2 or Ghost #1 and Witching Hour #2.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, no one bid on either one of them.
What?
I wasn't there. I might have been.
They're coming back this week.
Yeah, but it's like 1 a.m. by the time he gets around to those. So I can't.
Oh, yeah. 6 months ago, it would be about 3 a.m.
Yeah.
We knew the auction was running long when we were saying good morning to Paulo.
Yeah.
Because he would show up when he would wake up, and it would be about 2:30 our time. But I mean, he Ghost #1, he started I think at 40, and Witching Hour 2 at 30. But they were in very, very good shape.
Yeah, no, I've bought a few books from my human self as well. I would go get them, but as you can look at these hands, they don't hold things very well.
Yeah.
But they hold an audience, and that's all that matters.
Well, my wife doesn't have much interest really in comics, maybe a little, but, I remember when we first started watching the auction, and she subscribed because she liked the banter in between, because it was, that's half the fun is just the talking in between the opening and closing bid is interesting.
Do you think lead paint that's in response to turning on a live stream and seeing a puppet?
I can't see the chat.
WTF?
Yeah.
He's probably not used to this.
I am a very unique individual in this space. I am quite aware.
Well, we had a puppet last episode briefly. These two old friends, friends of mine that have puppets. So they're ex-clowns, and they've just done a independent comic book that they've released. She brought her puppet last time.
Gratu, did you plan on having Puppeteen, or is this?
No, Puppeteen just
great.
And that's great. Yeah, I hope he becomes more regular feature, because having puppets is a wonderful. Not that you're a puppet.
His voice is fantastic on those reads. I participated tonight, and I was lost, but He does a fantastic job. They all do, really. But it really should have some music hubs. If he could edit that and stuff. But
well, I do the editing for some of the readings on my channel, on the Geeky Puppet Show, and I have the intro where I have a little music to start us off with and a big fanfare at the end. But putting music behind the reading it's a delicate process because I don't want it to get in the way of the actual book.
Well, Puppetine, are you going to do any readings of Silver or Bronze Age books?
Well, I'm trying to dig into some of the older books. Right now, we're doing The Long Halloween, but we have Spider-Man, the original run of Spider-Man, and we have it up to issue 7, I believe. We stopped right before Tribute to the Teenagers. But
okay,
and you saw the one we did for Team Up number 2, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
You
that
were great
was
as a sailor.
his channel?
Yeah, that's my channel.
I must have got them mixed up. Yeah, Breen did a great Drunken Sailor on that one.
Well, I just had to channel my life before 1992.
Well, how was The Long Halloween? Because I never read those comics, and now there's a 2-part animated film, and supposedly this new movie is based on that too. Is it a really cool series?
Yes.
I love The Long Halloween. This was my I read it again, so it was the 3rd time reading, and Pixel actually does the performing on there, but he and I have a close connection, in case you can't tell. He has a hand in all my works.
Yes.
And the animated movies, are they any good?
They're okay. Reading again reminded me exactly of the ending, and so I'm a little on that, but the acting in it is very good. It's really a star-studded cast. We talked about Supernatural before. Jensen Ackles actually does the voice of Batman. Does good.
What did you think of the cartoons where they brought back Adam West and Burt Ward?
Oh, I love those. I really love those.
I thought that was genius to get William Shatner as Two-Face, because it's something he could have done back then, and he would have been wonderful back then on the show.
Yeah, it's just such a shame that at pretty much, what was it, just a little before or after Adam West passed away, with that second movie coming out, I was hoping for so many more, because I've read some of the books, and those are good, but to actually hear them, even though you can hear the age in their voice, it's still them, and you can feel it.
Yeah, and they had Julie Newmar too, didn't they? It was just hard to believe that actually happened. I don't think many people even know about it, but
my favorite moment is when Catwoman appears. Batman gets knocked on the head, and so he's seen Catwoman split up, and it's the 3 different Catwomen, Catwomen, I should say, from Batman 66.
Right, just really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I like these. I like it when people that have a sense of history work on in the industry, like like Michael Allred and Dave Stevens. A lot of them passed away that I like. Darwin Cook, these people that make things look like they used to. That's
the people that can look back into the past and bring that to the present is something that I really respect, because a lot of the classic characterizations, we talk about how things can be destroyed right now, especially in comics, but there are some people out there that can just do phenomenal work, and it's really astounding.
But is Allred doing anything now?
I'm not sure.
I don't. But who are the people now? Are there people in the industry now that are like that? I can't think of any. Well, Alex Ross. I mean, but
yeah, Alex Ross. He is still the art that he can still do is great. It's truly just a painting. It is completely art, and some of the older styles, while we love them, they just aren't like that level. If you want to talk about a new artist who is sadly often partnered with Mr. King, as it were, Clay Mann, he is wonderful. I could look at his art for hours, and honestly, that's one of the main reasons I ever did look at any of the books that Tom King has worked on.
Well, Lead Paint pointed out Steve Rude, but what is he doing something now? He's
That's
another.
what I'm aware of.
Alex Ross uses models, and I just thought, well, whoever it was that was posing as Superman and Wonder Woman back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when he was doing Kingdom Come and the Justice League Treasury size, if those people could act, they looked were perfect. I mean, because I think he's just, there are real people out there somewhere that look like his drawing, because that's what he's painting from.
Yeah.
And it's like I would. It seems like I saw once that the guy that was playing Superman really has these long hair, but there are people out there that really look like these characters. They could bring these characters to life, but instead they have to change them, and get people that don't.
Yeah.
I have no problem with what's his face that plays Aquaman. He's fine. He's okay. But but have him as another character. Aquaman's supposed to be blonde haired. It just, but he is. I mean, I like the movie and everything. It's just like, leave the characters the way they were.
There was no way they could do that with that character, because the Super Friends joke that the joke they made out of in Super Friends, and the Craig Ferguson sketches he would do, if they had done the orange suit, blonde haired, green tights, it dies.
Well,
And they
I'm
knew
actually
that.
going to argue that a little bit, because they pretty much do dress him like that. Obviously, it's updated, so it looks more like the scales that they're going for. But in Aquaman the movie, if I remember correctly, they do eventually give him that modernized classic costume.
Let me ask Raw too. The 1980 Flash Gordon movie, Sam Raimi, am I right? Anyway,
Jones.
Yeah. What if back then that was Aquaman facially?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I mean, yeah.
If they could have made things look like it was underwater, and
yeah, I mean, he didn't really look like a real blonde. His hair was obviously dyed. Yeah, I mean, he had I think that Buster Crabbe would have been a better, because he was actually a swimmer, an Olympic swimmer, and I think Sam Jones was a little too muscular to be. So is what's his face from the Game of Thrones, but I don't know. I think Aquaman should be a little not quite as in all the tattoos,
I agree. Yeah.
Well,
but it pretty much followed the story of. But I'll tell you, there's a record I have from when I was a kid. It must have come out about '67 when the cartoon was still on a Saturday morning, and it's from Leo Records. You can hear it on YouTube, and it's like what you guys are doing. It's straight red panel for panel from Aquaman's origin. And on the other side is the Flash's origin from the Golden Age and the Green Lantern's origin. Have you guys heard this record?
No, but I remember you showing it, and I would love to have that.
And it's so great, because it's like Aquaman and Aqualad are rescuing this oil tanker, and then afterwards, it's like Aqualad saying something to him, and he gets real pissed off, like Captain America does with Rick Jones, and he's just don't have, because they're close to the lighthouse, the sacred lighthouse where his dad and mom, and it's so great, and it's read just like an old radio show with perfect acting, and the scene where she is dying and she explains, that she's from Atlantis, and it's so great, and then he, man, it's here. I'll play a little. I'll find it and play a couple of bits of it. But I just thought if they could have done it that poignantly in the movie, and the movie was great. I'm not knocking it. We actually were driving back from Houston. It was at Christmas time, and back to North Texas. Houston's down at the south end, and we were seeing my wife's family, and all of a sudden these horrible storms came in. It seemed like every Christmas, the day after Christmas, horrible tornadic storms came through, and it was raining so much we said, oh, this is too dangerous to drive. It was night. We pulled over. It was a drive-in movie theater, and Aquaman was playing, so we pull in, and while we're watching it, it's torrential rain, so it's like we're underwater. I'm having to use the windshield wipers, and we're watching this underwater movie, and there's water running down all around us, and it was a weird experience. That's how I first saw that movie. But it's just, there's so much material that they could do in these movies. It seems like they twisted his origin around a little bit, where it wasn't quite as poignant, or made his mom different. I can't really remember now. Let's see if I can't find it.
Yeah, honestly, audio dramas, there are a few modern ones that I've listened to and I've enjoyed, but it's truly like a lost art, because audio dramas, listening to the old radio shows, they are truly something special.
Right.
That being
good.
That being said, on HBO Max, they actually did release like Batman: The Audio Adventures for Batman Day.
Yeah, and I heard a little of that. It kind of sucked.
Well, I listened to the first episode and I was definitely interested. I am not. They went with a woman to be a young Dick Grayson rather than getting a kid, and that's just kind of silly considering how many child actors there are right now that could do that role.
Yeah, unless you're going to be doing it for years, that's the only reason to get an adult woman to do like a little boy's voice, because their voices aren't going to change. Like Bart Simpson can keep going for 30 years and it still sounds like a kid. But if they're only going to do a few Batman audio adventures, they ought to just use a real kid like they did on the Charlie Brown specials, because then it just has that authenticity. Yeah, but let me see what I'm doing. Did I just share the screen? Yeah, okay. Let me see what I can do here. This record is like, there's a lot of things that are really cool about this record. One thing is that
I don't know how
it's my first exposure to surf music at like age 4 or 5. Here I am listening. I've already listened to part of it here. Yeah, I have 2 copies of this record.
The official adventures of Aquaman.
It's like the most amazing theme. It took years to find out what this song was. It's Billy Muir's supersonic guitars, but it's really Batman-like.
You know the real history of Aquaman, king of the 7 seas. Now a strange coincidence jogs the memory of his maritime majesty as he recalls his secret origin. Now hear the true story of how Aquaman got his powers.
Let me get to the real poignant part. There's a scene in here where the mom is talking to Tom and explaining, that she's from Atlantis. And I had a friend, he's passed away, but his name was Tom. And I remember leaving this part of the record on his answering machine message where this woman's talking to Tom. Tom, listen to me. I come from Atlantis. Let's see.
And lost in thought, Aquaman recalls the memories of the old lighthouse, back in time, more than 20 years ago, to the story told to him by his father.
Let's see.
Like a fish. Swims better than I do, but... Are you mad? I've got to see him.
Yeah, the baby falls in the water, and she says, "Don't worry about it." He says, "Are you crazy?" to his wife. It's like, and he goes down there and he's playing with like a shark.
A shark.
I'll try to get to the death scene here.
Atlanta, you must tell me. I have to know the truth. Why does our boy have this strange link with the sea and its creatures? What is he?
Tom, I promise I'll tell you very soon, but not now.
The thing about these dramatic line reads is you hear it when someone really knows what they're doing, like Darkman, Sam Raimi, before he did Spider-Man, he was doing a comic book movie that had never existed. It was kind of the unknown soldier, kind of the shadow mixed together. And there were scenes where he's, talking like this, and there was a great scene in Batman Begins, I think, where Bruce Wayne's on an airplane and he's very dramatically saying, "I must become a bat," just like in the comic. And it's that people would consider it corny, but it works. And it's like, that's what you don't really see as much, I don't
Sooner
think.
than Tom Curry.
Here we go.
His young wife, Atlanta, had been growing ill for months. Nothing could be done to help her.
Tom, there is very little time.
This is the part I left on his answering machine.
So much that you must do after I'm gone.
No, Atlanta.
Tom, listen. I come from Atlantis, a continent that sank into the sea ages ago. Our people had to adapt to a watery existence.
How do you do that?
Gradually, we became like fish, capable of all underwater feats. I was happy there. But I had a constant curiosity, a desire to visit the upper earth. One day I was caught trying to escape. The punishment was swift and final. I was sentenced to permanent exile, to go forth and live in the upper world I was so anxious to visit, never to return.
Oh, my poor darling.
Our son has inherited my ability to live underwater. The power to communicate with sea creatures and perform great tasks in the oceans. But he must work hard to perfect his skill. And you must help him. He can become the ruler of the oceans.
So it's very much like old radio. And
once again, Aquaman's thoughts return to the years of training he had.
It's it's much better than the power records that, I grew up with. This is from the 60s. This is from when I was just a little baby. But then by the time I was in elementary school, it was power records, and the acting was, you could tell the actors were reading for the first time that comic book when they sat down. That was their first read, the first time they'd seen the material, and the acting was really not. But anyway, that's something I highly recommend, those Leo records. They also did a Prince Valiant one. They did a Shadow. They did. I think they did a Shadow. They did a Green Hornet. They did 2 Batman records right when the show was on, and a Superman record. All with really good acting, like old time radio with the music and sound effects. So I think that's what you guys are trying to do. And yeah, I'll be glad to help with the show. What time does it come on? About 8 o'clock every Friday?
10. Our
10,
time,
yes.
so 9 yours.
9 o'clock, yeah. Okay.
And we're done within an hour every week.
Yeah.
And it is just so much fun.
Yeah.
Like I said, probably the 2 things I like to do the most on YouTube now are the 4-color fossils in the Friday reads.
How many shows do you regularly appear on, Eric?
I do a retrospective that we record on Monday mornings. There's fossils on Wednesday, the Friday night reads, and the auction on Saturday. That's all I do on a every week basis now, because we used to do a lot more streaming on E's channel, but they're way more into the new stuff than I am. I'm just out. I'm not. I don't really have the desire to get involved with the day-to-day stuff.
Well, what is still good Puppetine that's coming out today? What would you recommend that's still palatable to older people?
Well, one of the books that I'm reading right now, other than Superman 78 and Batman 89, and those are both good. I really enjoy those. But a book right now that's coming out, and I believe the 4th issue comes out next week, is Amazing Fantasy. I'm really enjoying that book. If I can remember the name, I'd say it, but the person does the writing and the art.
Carrie Andrews.
Yes, and the book is just truly astounding. So just to give a quick what's happening in it, it takes a teenage Spider-Man. So you have some youthful Spider-Man still going. You have Captain America in World War II and Black Widow in the Red Room, and each of them appear to die. And they wake up on this island that's, I guess, some kind of afterlife, and the creatures that are there, the adventures they're having. You have Captain America riding a lion with wings, and while it is absolutely ridiculous, it's so good. One of my favorite moments recently, he gives this huge speech to put aside the conflict. It sadly doesn't work because they're dealing with orcs, and orcs are just most of the time it's not good. But the speech is so moving, and you can see there's Uncle Ben who appears, and he says, "Yeah, that's him, all right. He can move an entire army," and he does.
So this is Steve Rogers, Captain America?
Yes, Steve Rogers, Captain America, World War II.
I bought the first issue. I haven't read it yet because the cover really struck me. I guess it was a variant cover, but it was one that had the Amazing Fantasy logo, and it had Captain America, and it would look just real close to a real Silver Age comic.
Yeah, I have that one too.
I just I have to get that. And then the second issue, and it's usually it's more a lack of funds. And I thought, well, so I still haven't read issue 1, and probably I should be, and it's the same thing. Now I bought the collected version, Stray Dogs, because I hear that's fantastic. I think I first heard from you, and you were describing, and I thought, well, I've got to pick that up. And of course, I can't afford the issues that came out. But so I see that there are some things being done well.
I think that the miniseries can be very hit or miss, but it's at that point where you can't. The main runs have been taken over by people who just don't care about the characters and want to do their own things. Tom Taylor, who is doing the Superman, Son of Kal-El, that we were talking about, how we really just aren't happy with what he's doing. He's doing a book, a miniseries called Marvel Dark Ages, and while it's not the best book I've ever read, but it's not bad. It's something that I can enjoy reading. Oh, that's neat. You have Spider-Man married to Mary Jane. They have a daughter who's sticking to the walls. Of course, they go ahead and time skip, but it's basically just the Marvel Universe without technology. And while the concept is fun, it's just a miniseries. It's something that he's doing that is actually pretty decent. And it's surprising because when you look at his work elsewhere, it's just it's an atrocity.
I guess what's off-putting to me the most is the starting over with the numbering with number 1 constantly. And it's like, it used to be so much fun for me to just read through the Overstreet Guide, and it was so easy to understand. And now I look up, okay, I need to find out what Red Sonja number 1 or Spider-Man number 1, and then you go through, there's 4 or 5 pages of, there must be several hundred Spider-Man number 1s of different variations and alternate covers, and it's just like, what's the fun in that? It's just like they're aiming at people that are obsessive compulsive, that have to get all the Catwoman covers, and it's just like they're buying the same book 5-6 times or 40 times, to get all the covers, and I can't afford it. I'm on a retirement budget, and the price of gas has gone up to $3.09 here. I don't know what it is where you guys are. I hear it's up over $7 in one place in California.
Wow. Well, I'm a puppet, so I can't drive, so the price of gas doesn't really concern me.
Yeah, well, but the price of paper is going up, and the price of plastic, and all of that affects comic.
Well, that does affect me. You want to look at the glass right here?
And cardboard too, to put the plastic encased paper in. So that means the price of comics is going to go up.
It's gotten bad. Look, I had to cut up a wire hanger to move my hands. Isn't that just sad? This is the state of the world.
I do have a recommendation, something that today I kind of ran out of things to do, so I decided to catch up on a little reading. I read the latest issue of Nice House on the Lake. It's an interesting series.
I hear that's good, and Something is Killing the Children's good.
Yeah, they are. They're both written by the same guy, and
okay.
Killing the Children is not good, Gratu.
It isn't. I don't know what I've heard everyone raving about it. I've never
you
even
can't
looked
kill
at
the children. It's just not a good thing to do.
Something is.
I get you.
But I read something today that was one of those oversized books from Aftershock, I believe, called 10 Years to Death.
Ooh.
And it's told in flashbacks about this guy who was in prison for killing somebody. And there's this guard at the prison. Now, the guy's in prison. He runs the prison. I mean, everybody's just wet themselves scared of him. But he's wet himself scared of one of the guards. And it tells the story as to why. And it's not Brubaker good, but I read it, and instead of putting it back on the shelf, I went ahead and bought it. But that was not bad. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised because I was just killing time. So I get, this looks interesting. I'll read a couple pages, and ended up reading the whole thing.
What was that comic that you were recommending about a month ago that was like a Bronze Age superhero comic?
Oh God, it was. I was trying to think of the name of that.
Isn't it due for another issue? Unless it's quarterly, it seems like another.
And the second one is going to be the next one out is going to be written by David Michelini.
I always just thought it was Michelin.
Well, Michelini or hybrid. The one
before
know. was Roger Stern and Ron Friends.
Yeah.
So it's all these guys that can't get work at the big two because they're old, I guess.
Well, I told the comic store owner to order it for me, and he's getting Vampirus Carmilla now for me. So I got that one with the Corbin cover the other day, and it's still not the real thing, but it's still pretty close. I haven't read it. Visually, it looks like
take an issue of that and match it up to the Warren comics from the 70s.
Yeah.
It comes a hell of a lot closer than if you take a comic book from the 70s and compare it to one now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
or you take the currently published Vampirella and compare it to Vampirus Carmilla. I don't even know what they're doing. It doesn't look like her. It's maybe it's good, but I can't get past art. And when I open most of these comic books, it's like when I was in third grade with a Gold Key comic, this beautiful painted cover, and I open it up and the art's kind of flat. And a lot of the artwork today is flat. This will sound sexist, but it looks like it was drawn. No, I don't know if I should say this, but it looks like it's art drawn by women for women. It's kind of girly looking art. I don't know what it is about it that makes me think that. Or
it's a lot of Tumblr art.
It's very flat and computery, and I like the depth and the shading. And, Richard Corbin was one of my favorite artists. The way he could use that airbrush and make everything just pop, and the colors and everything. And I love Marie Severin because what I like is realism, but with whimsy there. So like C.C. Beck, it's realistic, but it's cartoonish. And Marie Severin got that humor, even when she's doing straight art with Hulk or whatever. It's still, there's something cartoony about it. And if you want straight realism, then just take photographs like they do in Italy and put word balloons. But I like the fun. There's something fun about these artists that I like. Darwin Cook and Dave Stevens. There's just an element of fun.
Yeah, there's not nearly enough of that left in comics. Hey guys, I have to get up in the morning, so I think I'm going to bail at this point.
All right.
Appreciate you letting me on.
Sure.
Puppetine, is always nice to see you in a different neighborhood.
Oh, it's always nice to see you too, Breen. Sorry for giving you a hard time this last Wednesday.
No, I said that's I don't know, who Venkman hired to come up with his jokes, but they were good for once.
It was me.
I'm kidding, Venkman.
Well, Puppetine, why can't you come on the 4-Color Fossils on Wednesday?
28 years too young.
I could probably work it out. The only thing is that I would have to leave about 9, not my time, because I have to watch and review Batwoman. It is a punishment that I have been signed up for that I must complete.
Oh, that's okay. You can always fire up the VCR, but yeah.
Well, we'll pray that Batwoman gets canceled soon, so you
and then we'll
be freed up.
Are we just going to let that pass? The old man over there just fire up the VCR. So for you younger kids, that's how we used to record things back before Pixel Puppetine was born.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have tons of VCR tapes.
Of course you do.
How old are you, Puppetine?
Well, the hand in my matters is at the age of 22, verging on 23. I am in a nebulous area, so I'd have to check my tag. It says made in China, and I have to see the year.
Yeah. Well, the last few episodes of Stargirl that I haven't, without you telling me what happens in them, are they getting better? Is it's staying good?
Oh, it is the best show going right now. It's even better, and I had a hard time deciding this. It is better than Superman and Lois for me.
Because it's like I was talking earlier. There's that joy, She's having fun as Stargirl, although she's kind of more tormented this season and everything. But
yeah, and there is a bit of that torment within these past few episodes. But it's good storytelling. It's not just torment for the sake of it. Like Arrow for a while there was just getting to the point where they were punishing people for loving these characters. But this isn't happening with Stargirl. The characters that we know are still good. And I won't spoil anything for you. I will tell you, though, you got to catch up.
But when the first season, when the supervillains have an underground lair with secret doors opening, and a guy with a hood, and it's right out of a Republic serial. It's like, wow, why can't everyone do this?
You know why they can't do this? Because they're too busy just trying to update it. They're trying to do an adaptation, whereas Stargirl, it looks at what it has, and it's trying to take it from a place of love. And you just don't have that.
And there's been no tie-in. There's no current ongoing Stargirl comic, right?
No, I don't think so. I think she just showed up in an issue. I don't remember what the
It
book
was a summer
was.
special.
Mhm.
Or
Before this
spring?
season.
Wasn't it spring break?
Yes, yeah, spring break special.
See, that's how I learn about this new stuff from Palpatine. You were talking about like the good comics of the last year, and you talked about Stray Dogs, and you talked about Stargirl Spring Break Special. So I went and I got that issue, and then I sought out the Stray Dogs because it's like, okay, I saw it on the stand, but I figured, well, it can't be good because it's new. But you know,
I think that there's just an element out there that, this might be where I have some diverging opinions. One book that came out recently, it wasn't great, but the art, we were talking about art before, that is truly fantastic. I love Joel Jones' work on Wonder Girl. Even though the character, I'm not all that interested, but just the art alone was enough to make me go, wow, this is beautiful. And it has a life to it. And I think the style is so unique, yet it does have the right amount of realism to it where you're like, wow, this is nice. I can see where they're going.
I haven't seen that comic. I'll look for it. So it's the Wonder Girl,
the Yara Floor
from the Wonder Woman comic from the Teen Titans. It's that Wonder Girl.
Now, okay, one more recommendation. Then I really am leaving.
Okay, right.
If you want to see good Joel Jones, that's good writing, good art, seek out there are two miniseries called Lady Killer. It's set in the mid '60s. It's about a suburban housewife who moonlights as a hit woman. But it's and now the critics said, oh, it's Kill Bill meets Betty Draper, and they don't understand. No, this Betty Draper was a horrible mother. This woman is not. But they just said, "Oh, '60s Mad Men. Oh, it must be her." But that's my favorite thing that she's done. She wrote and drew both miniseries, and the first one, I think there was rumors that they were going to option it, so the first one got expensive for a while. But the trades are easy to find, and highly recommend both of them.
What's the name of this artist and writer again?
Joel Jones.
Joel, like Joel, and that's a girl's name.
Joelle. Yes.
Oh, Joel. Okay,
Yeah.
Joel Jones.
Yeah.
Never heard of her.
Yeah, she's been doing she did the Catwoman series after the wedding debacle, but yeah, if you can find these, if you've got one of those trades laying around, give them a read.
Is that Catwoman comic good? That's currently out?
Well, yeah, they have a good writer on it right now, but they just got rid of him and replaced him with a horrible writer named Teenie Howard. So it's done after 38 for all intents and purposes. Because
I bought a comic about 3 months ago because the cover was just gorgeous, and I think it's Catwoman, but it was just a close-up of Catwoman and Batman about to kiss with kind of a purplish pink background. Do you know the comic I'm talking about?
That might have been the Batman Catwoman series, and don't read it because that's Tom King and he's awful.
Whatever it was, I bought it. I hate being one of these assholes, but I bought it for the cover, and it was the cover. It's gorgeous.
Well, Alex Ross covers why Marvel's still in business.
Yeah, this is a visual medium, so I would never feel bad about getting something for the cover. Heck, I have the first issue of Amazing Fantasy that I just talked about. The one that you have with Captain America. It looks like it's trying to bring back that old style to it.
Yeah.
And the regular ones are these beautifully painted works by the artist, I'm pretty sure, on the inside.
They're nice, yeah.
I'm so tempted to pick up that first issue again just because of that cover. And oh, man, just thinking about it now makes me want it.
I'm trying to find it, but I bought a comic the other day. It was like sitting there, and I said, "What's this?" And they said, "Well, someone wanted it, and they had it pulled for their bag, but then they decided they didn't want it." And I said, "Well, I'll take it." And it was this beautiful cover. I wish I could find it. That it was very much like that Amazing Fantasy #1. It was called Ant, and I didn't know what it was, but it was like right out of the 60s. This ant creature with big boobs, and it's special edition. It was just
yeah.
I think
you know what I'm talking about.
been an Eric Larson book. That started years and years ago.
Oh, did it?
But
It's not a
Image
new
does a
character?
lot. No, Image does a lot of those homage covers.
Oh, do
the
they?
Old Marvel. Yeah, they do a lot of. Eric Larson does a lot of Savage Dragons with the. Remember the Marvel Comics group strip that they did in the 70s to replace the logo box.
Yeah.
So they do a lot of that, but that's where the similarity ends.
Oh,
And
so
on that
that's
note,
so I got tricked, huh?
Good night, Eric.
Guys, have a great rest of the stream, and I will see you guys
Right.
soon. All right. Take
That
care. Good night.
that looks interesting, and it leads to a.
This
Is
that
that
big
new?
premiere issue stolen right off of Marvel. Well, I never heard of this comic. Image, aren't they the ones that did that really cool 1963 series about 25, 30 years ago? You know what I'm talking about?
Or Impact?
There was some company did a bunch of comics like as if they were done in 1963, and one was a
didn't
Fantastic
finish it.
Four, one was a Thor. It was called Horus, God of Light. And you know what I'm talking? Because they're in every dollar bin. They're not valuable. They had fake old ads. They were cool, but they're not valuable.
I think I'm thinking of something else.
I think that there's just a point where a lot of the whimsy has been lost with a lot of these characters, and I think that they when we try to find something like that you just showed, that looks interesting. It looks like that character might be something worth looking at.
I picked it up.
Yeah, and so I'm sorry, when I see Spider-Man on a hospital bed, I'm really not interested.
Yeah. Is that what's happening now? Spider-Man's.
He's in the ICU.
What happened to him?
Well, he got injured in a fight. Apparently, Ben Reilly had come back, and now Ben Reilly is the acting Spider-Man. It'll probably only go on for about 8 issues or if that long. But they're trying to fix a bunch of messes that were made just about like 10, 15 years ago.
Or they're trying to duck lawsuits from Steve Ditko's estate. It's like, well, if we can't do the Peter Parker anymore, we can always do the Ben Reilly or the what's his face, the other guy,
Miles Morales.
It's like I think that's I understand. And I may have heard it from your show, so I may be just parroting back what you said, but that's why he got rid of the red underwear, about 10 years ago, because they were trying to change it just enough that Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster's estate, couldn't really come back and say, hey, that's ours. So just little tweaks.
Yeah, I think
England team. I don't know where I get these thoughts. They're from different shows, and
yeah, when it comes to us doing our reviews, it's really Froggy that brings up what's going on a lot in a bunch of modern books, because I am also not in a financial situation where I can just pick up most things that are going on. So the new Spider-Man, I hear that a lot of good things were happening just recently. A lot of people aren't happy with where the situation is right now, but they got rid of the whole storyline where Norman Osborn had twins with Gwen Stacy, which was just gross.
That's what Eric was telling us, that they're actually trying to fix the mistakes they've made.
Yeah,
and I'm fascinated with that Mexican storyline from the 70s, where about that, right? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
You might have to clarify a little more.
Oh, okay. Well, in Mexico, they were reprinting the Spider-Man comics from the States. And then they kill off Gwen Stacy, and the Mexican publisher said, our readers love Gwen Stacy, and they love the romance angle. So they got permission from Marvel. Can we do our own Spider-Man stories and let her live? And they said, okay. So all of a sudden, a different timeline started in Mexico, where Gwen Stacy lives, and they have their own adventures with villains, some new villains, but they went off in their own direction, and the artwork's pretty good. And the artist, a lot of attention paid to Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker, the romance, angle because the readers like that. But lots of close-ups of, her from behind, so they can show her posterior, and you can tell the artists are really paying careful attention to the good girl art. And I don't have any of those. They're apparently really valuable, and I saw them on, I think, Shanghala. You know that channel on YouTube, Shanghala?
I've heard of it before. I haven't looked. I heard a little something about that, but I didn't look too much into it. That does sound incredibly interesting.
Yeah, he had 2 or 3 episodes where he thumbed through these comics, and they were really cool. And apparently people are clamoring for them to print them in the United States, translate them, and put them in bound volumes. But no one's done it. That would be fast. That's what I'd want to read.
And we're in a situation where the comic universes are spread out at such a point. You just slap a number on it, and people will accept. Okay, this is its own thing. And yeah. I don't mean to wrap around back to movies and stuff, but we get into such a place where people will claim, "Oh, we don't want the audiences to get confused about things that are coming out." But the fact that we have a Batman movie coming out right now, and in the Flash movie, whatever feelings of Ezra Miller, I'm not a big fan of it. But the fact that they're going to have Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck come back to be different Batman, I think people are just excited, which is the main thing that fuels the entire industry. We, as fans, want to be excited. And if you don't excite us, well, it's just, what's the point?
Well, I hear rumors that may not be true, that there were screenings of the new Spider-Man movie and the new something else, and the audiences at Disney Studios in California, and the audiences were confused. They thought it was just too much having several Spider-Men, and I don't know. It may be the Doctor Strange movie where I hear that Tom Cruise is going to play another Iron Man, and they're going to go absolutely nuts with all the different characters. And I think,
and there's a certain level, because that does sound really cool and interesting.
It sounds cool, but a normal person might go, I don't know, this is too confusing. But people that have read comics think that's really pretty freaking cool.
Yeah.
They just don't get it. It's just too far out there. Like I heard a lady say, "Oh, the Suicide Squad movie, that was just too crazy because it's comic book like. It's just like they just can't accept. Why are they all wearing costumes? It's like it's a comic book movie."
Gratu, I'm gonna check out while I still can.
I probably need to do that too.
Puppetine, good to see you. Hope to see you again.
Yeah, we'll see you Wednesday, Graphic Man.
Sure.
See you.
Yeah. Just to finish what I was saying before.
Oh yeah, sure.
We are the people that fuel these creations, even though that we have brilliant people working behind the camera and stuff, like with Loki. People are really confused about situations going on. When they watch the What If show, they're like, why am I watching a cartoon? But this is perfect for people who've been fans of these characters for years. And it's like you said before, it's hard to believe half of the things that are coming out now would have ever happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't yet watched the What If series, and I only got 2 episodes into Loki. It's just because I have to coordinate with my wife, because she wants to watch it too. And but I've heard good and bad about the show. But who would have ever dreamed there'd be a TV show about Loki, or that the Watcher would appear on television? Even though I don't really necessarily like that animation style, and it seems like they could get a little crazier with the storylines like they did in the What If comic.
Yeah. I absolutely agree.
I just ran across a What If comic I never saw years ago, and it just like, what if Thor fought Conan? It's like, I have to pick that up. I never remember that one. It's just like that sounds like that would be fun to read.
I think that another thing that leads to it is just how stories are told. When we were talking about what we read, we're reading older books. It's just a different level of storytelling. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like in Batman The Long Halloween, there's no narration. It's all self-narrated by Batman. And that's really good. The story is so compelling. If you haven't seen it, you should check the book out, or you can just watch the videos if you want.
I think I'd rather read the books first.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's absolutely understandable. But it's such a compelling story. It is very serious. Whereas you have characters that are treated more, they should have their stories told for them. There should be that narrator that's leading us through, spinning the tale for us, like Stan Lee. He was the master of spinning a tale. When you read those big old boxes explaining specific parts, it all makes sense, and nobody is taken out of it. And now you just have Spider-Man self-narrating, which I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Eric was saying one time, is that people don't think anymore in comics. There's no thought balloons. I never even thought about that. And you know, the older you get, the more you really appreciate what Stan Lee did. And it's like stuff that came from the Bible, like the Watcher. The Watchers were these angels. It's like, oh, so he's bringing this biblical stuff in and just saying, okay, these angels are aliens, and it's and all the, you realize a lot of the mystic. He was a very brilliant man, you know. A lot of, and you know, the stuff that he brought in, you know, about astral projection and stuff. I mean, I know that came from Ditko too. I mean,
yeah, but you if we want to look into the deep history between those creators and who exactly did what, it doesn't change the fact that they were just good stories. They had these crazy ideas for their time, and it pushed through. I don't mean to get off topic. There's a show that I think about. It's called Dark Shadows. It's a soap opera from the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And if you look at what that show did, it absolutely leans into that. It leans into the supernatural and ideas that would just blow people's minds at that time. But people
because they eventually got into Lovecraft. They went to hell. They brought in Frankenstein. They like hit every gothic thing.
Oh yeah,
they went everywhere, and all the time travel and I guess reincarnation. It's just it got wild. Yeah, I'm trying to work through. My wife had never seen it, and I'm trying to work through that show with her. We keep getting sidetracked by everything.
I love it, man, and I finished it all. So it's that kind of storytelling is just lost nowadays. And I think that what I said with Amazing Fantasy, it is a diamond in a very rough field right now.
So what issue are they up to now?
They have issue 3 out. Issue 4 is coming out November 3rd, I believe. I'm definitely picking it up.
I need to go back and pick up 2 and 3 then. That sounds like something I got to do.
Yeah, it is definitely a book I'd recommend.
So your auction tomorrow, I guess it's a secret. Is there any like a real amazing thing that's going to pop up, or you can't tell us? That wouldn't be right.
Well, if you look at my human self, he goes ahead and he talks about everything there. I do not appear in the auctions as I am a puppet, and so I am too distracting. The work needs to speak for itself, but definitely check it out. I believe it's at 9 EST tomorrow. So if you've got some holes in your collection and you want to go ahead and see what they've got, definitely recommend that channel.
I always want, like, occasionally on one episode for the camera to turn around and show the rest of the room. Because all you see are those 2 long boxes with the little holders, but it's like, wonder what else is in the other side of that room, or doing like a room tour or house tour or something.
The office tour of Englantine. It's something we need.
You should wait. You do it at the very end of an auction. Have people it's something to build interest.
Yes.
But yeah,
Well-
so I'll tune in for that. And there's the time.
Yep.
England in Standard Time. And your name came from a Styx song, you said? That you
Well, he says it came from a song in the groves of Edeltine or something, and he chose Eglantine. And I was a puppet. I had a construction hat originally. I took it off and realized, hey, I'm bald. Put on glasses, and I became Puppetine.
Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to the auction tomorrow night. I probably need to go spend some time with my wife because it's already almost 1 here Central Time.
Yes,
but sure. I hope you come back and visit more often, and maybe pop in on Graphic Man's channel on Wednesdays just before, then leave to do the other thing.
Yeah, I hope.
Come on.
I hope to too, because y'all have some great books there. It really makes me jealous.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try to come on and do some voice or something next Friday.
Okay, well, hope to see you there.
All right, see you later, Puppetine. So guys, I guess I'm gonna ring off, and I need to come back on soon. So maybe I'll do another episode, maybe Sunday night. So take care, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
End broadcast. Oh shit.